Good morning. It's Thursday, July 18th. This is the Oregon Liquor Cannabis Commission for the month of July. You get to roll.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no, it's, excuse me.
Okay,
Say one.
Commissioner Chari,
Here.
Commissioner Curran,
Here.
Commissioner Floyd,
Here.
Commissioner Glenn,
Here.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Here.
Commissioner Hayes,
Here.
Commissioner Molinas is excused,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Here.
Chair Doherty.
Here. And I would entertain a motion for the approval of the June 20th, 2024 commission meeting minutes.
Sure.
Commissioner,
I move to approve the June 20th, 2024 commission meeting minute that's written.
Second.
moved and seconded. Any discussion? Please roll, please.
Commissioner Chari.
Yes.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Chair Doherty.
Yes. And we have, Rich, you're gonna bring us up to date on compliance issues?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for being here, Rich.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Rich Evans, and I'm the Senior Director of Licensing and Compliance for OLCC. I'm responsible for the Licensing Division and Compliance Division along with AHD. I want to take a second to thank everybody that works in those divisions. It's a majority of the agency and they do great work every day. And today I'm basically up here to talk to you about just one sec here. Let me figure this little baby out. Oops, that's a pointer.
This side.
Not working on the ball.
All right. A second ago.
Are you qualified in that heavy equipment?
No, sir. It's not a radar. I can't operate it.
Point it, you have to point it right.
Yeah, well, I pointed the laser right at the screen. The other part.
No, Rich.
Can you
Sorry,
manually do it, Laura?
I can.
All right, next slide, please. I wanted to take a moment to talk to the commission about the work of the compliance division and some of the things that we're doing in the minor decoy field and the service and worker permit field. I know there's a lot of new commissioners here, and I think there's some education that can be done here on basically the requirements of service permits, how we do our work, and what those results are. We are governed by rules, statutes, and policies in the minor decoy area, and we're finding that obviously the world is changing. I'm going to talk about fake identifications and their ability to trick AVEs, which is an age verification equipment, and some of the operations that we're doing and the proliferation of fake IDs. But we need to adjust our policies, practices, and possibly statutes in the future. So I wanted to give an overview for the commission to basically get to where we're at today and what our folks in the field are seeing on a daily basis. Next slide, Laura. How does OLCC do minor decoy operations? Several years ago, we used volunteers to do that work, somebody that was 18 to 20 years old, which has obviously a active social life, and scheduling those folks was very difficult. We would set up an operation, which takes a bunch of our employees' time, and to set those up and pull lists for the locations we're going. And we had a hard time. People weren't showing up because of other teenage issues. We modeled after Washington State and actually asked the legislature for part-time employee positions where we actually hire these minor decoys and we pay them for their time. And since that point, we've had a much better process of obtaining our minor decoys. We actually have multiple decoys in each of the regions to work. on these operations. And so it's been a lot more effective, and you will see in the numbers, our numbers have drastically increased in the amount of operations that we're able to do due to having the employees. Next slide, Laura. A little bit about minor decoy operations. Under the liquor side, there are statutes and rules that actually guide how we do our business, meaning that we have to randomize our list of locations that we go to on the alcohol side. If a city has more than 20,000 residents, we have to use the randomization. And we're in, say, in Harney County, we just randomize the locations to hit. We can also target in the statute a location based upon complaints of sales to minors. And that becomes important when I talk a little bit later about some of the compliance rates, because I'll break down some of these compliance rates to license types. So when we're on the alcohol side, we are not picking and choosing. It's random, and then we go to those locations. There are thousands of locations, as you can imagine, that sell liquor in the state of Oregon. So we pull those lists and we go there. There are some times when if they sell, we will go back within a short period of time to make sure they don't sell again. But that's how we choose our basically, we call them targets, but it's random on the alcohol side. On the marijuana side, there's no rule that says we have to randomize those. And what you will find with our marijuana licensees, a lot less. And then in the smaller regions, we're able to try to attempt to purchase at every location at least once a year. The Portland area, we can't get to that because there's so many locations, a little bit in Salem. But the more rural locations, we try to get to those once every year. And so that's the difference between the two. They actually have two different sets of rules on how we pick our locations. The compliance rates, as you see, it is a history of alcohol. 76%, 83, and 78 through 19. 2020 and 21, due to COVID, we had no marijuana decoy operations. We were enforcing distancing and masking rules. As you will see, we picked back up in 2022 at a 72%. We made minor decoy operations a focus in 2023, and we jumped to 1,258 operations conducted in the calendar year of 2023. As you can see, we made that a very, our main enforcement priority is making sure that minors aren't getting alcohol. Even with the increase, we stayed at 78%. And then so far in 2024, basically not even halfway through the year, we're already at 607 with a 77% compliance rate. One of the things that I want to point out, and one of the things that we haven't looked at in the past, and I think we really need to start looking at this, and this kind of goes to the statutes that require us to visit certain locations. You can break it down to license types, and I'll talk about it later, but I started looking at license types because as you'll find when I talk about service permits, the education for certain things are different. The education for worker permits different. For working at 7-Eleven is different. You don't need a worker permit or a service permit. And so if you look at it by license type, I wanted to see if we were maybe, as you look at all license types, maybe we were having difficulty in certain license type areas compared to just mixing them all over and putting them in a pile. One of the problems with randomization is that sometimes you don't get big sample sizes because of all the liquor types. But as this year, as I look at it, liquor stores are at 67% compliance. We've only done 12 operations, and 4 of those were sales. And then wineries is at 57%. We've had 14 operations with 6 sales. And so we're starting to dive into a little bit more of the license type to see what is going on. But under the statutes right now, unless I get a complaint, I can't just go see what all compliance rate for wineries are across the state, if that makes sense to everybody. Next slide, Laura Paul. This is a success story about minor decoy compliance rates, to be honest with you. When we started minor decoy operations on the marijuana side, you can see in 2017, you have to remember when we stood up marijuana through the recreational program, was it all hands on deck, meaning that we had all our compliance folks doing licensing because we had to get everybody into the system first. So the enforcement was slow to start. We had folks actually, the regulatory specialists or inspectors were actually doing licensing work for basically the first year and a half to get everybody into the system. So there really wasn't a lot of compliance work at the very beginning. But you started out at a 74% compliance rate. You see the 86 operations, obviously that's not very many, but we were just starting out as licenses. As you can see, after COVID, we had a change in, I'm not sure of the exact year, but we did. Former Director Marks changed the fines to get, and we did a media campaign with our recreational marijuana folks. And as you can see today, we're at 91% through 2024, and we've visited 470, or we've had 471 operations. Our key performance measure for the state of Oregon on the success rate of the minor decoys is 90%, so we're exceeding that. And so I want to thank the recreational market. That's a very high number when you think about all of the sales that are out there. When we go to a location, they do not know we're coming. They don't know anything about it. So these are totally random appearances. So the recreational marijuana industry has, in my opinion, has stepped up to the plate on sales to minors. And I think that's a really good story for us as Oregonians. Next slide, Laura. This one's going to be a fun conversation. And why I say that is minor decoy compliance delivery for alcohol is brand new. Absolutely brand new after the last legislative session. And I'll talk about how the license types are. But we have done 2 operations prior to last night. And last night was a test pattern, and I'll explain that later, and it's a little bit different. But prior to that, we did one in Eugene and one in Medford, and our compliance rate was 76%. So coming out of the gate at 76% really isn't that bad, but I'll explain all the details of why this is going to be a very difficult program for us and what is happening with fake IDs and age verification equipment a little bit later. Just wanted to give you the general reference of where we're at on delivery. Next slide, Laura. This might surprise some of you with the numbers of the overview of how many active people we have in our system. I left out all the inactive people, and I left out all the people that have passed the classes and failed to pay or not paid yet to get a job. They may pass a class and start applying for jobs, not actively pay to get into the system, but there's several 100,000 of those folks. But if you look, we have 54,021 people actively having a marijuana workers permit, and that's required of anybody that works in the recreational marijuana industry. So that's a considerable number. Active alcohol service permits is 159,314 or 334 that are actually active. The amount of people that are expired, haven't paid yet, or not fully through the process is another couple 100,000. And so those numbers are pretty staggering. There are times when we process up to 10,000, 15,000 service permit applications in a 1-month period. It just depends. So the numbers are pretty staggering if you think about it, and all the people that we're affecting or working with our customers. It's a lot of numbers. You got to give a shout out to the folks in licensing that keep up with that. As you know, it's a lot of work. The next thing I'm going to talk about a little bit, I don't know the numbers of these because they're not permit holders or required to have a license, but we do have volunteer alcohol servers, store clerk, grocery servers. And I'll talk about that in great detail in a minute, but those are your folks at Fred Meyer, 7-Eleven. They're not required to have a service permit. And then the alcohol delivery folks have another different standard. And the reason I'm pointing this out is I look at license types, and I'll just explain it a little bit later. Well, I was trying to see if there was a correlation between the education requirement of the type of delivery in the state and see if that correlated with compliance rates, because each one is different, and I'll explain each one. Some of them are brochures that they have to sign. That is it. That's their educational requirement compared to a service permit where you have to go online, take a class, pass the class, and it's a more in-depth. So what I'm trying to figure out as we look at the totality of what we're doing in this market is to make sure that if we have some gaps where maybe some of our education isn't meeting the need and our compliance rates reflect that. Right now, I'm not actually seeing a lot of that, but I want to dig into that and try to figure that out, because I will show you what these brochures are. And you would, in my mind, when I first came to OLCC, I expected service permits, which is the formal class training and test, to probably be the standard across all alcohol service, and it is not. And I'll show that to you in just a minute. Next slide. Who is required to have a service permit? Remember, the service permit is the class, the formal class. There are private vendors that actually put on this class. The private vendors submit their syllabus to us. We approve it, and they take a class independently, provide us with their certificate and fee, and then we issue a service permit. Service permit is on the alcohol side. Who is required? A brewery public house. If they're working in that, they're required to have a service permit. A brewery, full on-premise nonprofit private club. You're like, what's that? That is the Elks Club down the street, Masons, things like that. FCOM, full on-premise commercial. Think about bars and restaurants when you look at the FCOM. Limited on-premise sale. Think about the Thriftway in the back where they have wine testing or wine tasting of products and things like that. They actually sell liquor, but they do have a limited on-premise sale for consumption, and then winery. So those are the ones that require the full meal deal, for lack of better terms. Next slide. Who is required to read and sign the clerk brochure? I'm going to have Andy Jerk is our director of compliance. I'm going to have him hand these out so you can take a look at what is required. They're pamphlets, but one of them is the clerk brochure. And what license type that is liquor store. So our liquor store folks that work in the liquor stores are required to read the brochure on the clerk and sign it, and that's the training that they get. It's obviously different compared to a worker's permit, and that's one of the reasons I'm here today, to talk about the totality of this. And then off premises. And off premises, you think about 7-Eleven, think about Plant Pantry, think about all the alcohol that's actually sold and taken off. So meaning that's not ready to be consumed on premise, it's off premise. All they're required to do is read sign the clerk brochure that's in front of you. Next slide, Lord. Here's the next one that it's newly, basically newly through the legislative session enacted. And you have who is required to have the certificate for third party delivery facilitators. For hire carriers, think of UPS, think of FedEx delivering it to your house, think of maybe airplanes that are moving products across the country, or maybe rail, they have to have that. And there's some standards, I won't go into those, but you have to meet some federal standards for motor carriers. Basically, the first one is if you're going to get a certificate for a third party delivery, you're required to be a motor carrier under the federal definition. There's some requirements there. Third party delivery facilitators, those are your Grubhub, your DoorDash. They're the folks that we're actually running minor decoy operations on now under this. And the training for the for-hire carriers is very limited. And the third party delivery facilitators, the legislature decided that the OLCC would set the standards for the education, and then the employer would certify that all the employees met that training level. So they submit what they're going to train to us, and there are some certain requirements like ID requirements, rules and regulations of OLCC are just a couple that are required to be into this training, but they send a letter back certifying that they've trained all their employees back to OLCC. Next slide, Laura. This is where it gets a little tricky too. And one of the things that our inspectors have to understand is their authority, and when is our authority, and what, not weird, but what's different is the authority for certain servers or certain types of licenses is different in the revised statutes, meaning the penalties and how they are charged are different. I'll go into that. We also have administrative authority over licensees or permit holders on the alcohol side, the service permit, and then the worker permit folks. But the folks that sign a brochure, we do not have administrative authority over them to administer fines. So like if your 7-Eleven folks serve or sell to a minor, we do not have administrative authority over the person that sold. We have administrative authority over the licensee, compared to a subject, person like a bartender that serves to one of our minors. We have criminal authority over that, and we also have administrative authority. And Commissioner Floyd has been a staunch advocate of making sure that we hold our permittees accountable. And I will tell you that we do that on minor decoy sales, that we have the authority to. We will charge the licensee for the sale of the alcohol, and we will also charge administratively the worker permit or the server's permit, and they are fined through the same process. You don't see those here because they never rise to that level. They're generally a fine of minimum of $350 up to about $750 for a server. And if we charge the licensee, we've also been charging the worker permit or the licensee or the service permit person for that violation also. One of the things with the service permit on the criminal side, it's basically the statute is furnishing alcohol to a minor or serving to a visibly intoxicated person. If it's not a licensee of OLCC, it's a Class A misdemeanor, meaning like if I decided that I was going to buy alcohol for a couple of 20-year-old folks on a shoulder tap, my punishment if I was cited or arrested would be a Class A misdemeanor. However, they're broke out for service permits and off-premises violations on the criminal side. So if the person has a service permit and we decide to criminally cite them, the first violation is a Class A violation. And a violation compared to a crime, a violation you cannot serve anytime. It's like running a stop sign, for a lack of better terms. It's just you have to pay a fine. Nobody can go to jail. The second violation under statute for service permit is a fine of $860. The third time is a misdemeanor with a mandatory $1,000 sentence. So service permits are carved out in the revised statutes to have a different type of level of action on the criminal side. Generally speaking, we handle service permits on the administrative side, meaning we fine them, we don't take them to the courts. One of the things that I did when I first got here was I wanted to understand what was happening in the 36 counties around the state and what was happening with our criminal citations and what was happening with our MIPs. I found that most of those violations that were going in criminally were dismissed or not acted upon. And what we're doing now is with the proliferation of fake ID and some sales to minors, we've been reaching out to our partners at the district attorney's offices across the state to ask them to assist us in problem areas. You'll hear next week about the next month about our issues with fake ID at the University of Oregon and Oregon State University. So we're reaching out, like our region manager, Mike Bloom, has reached out to the Lane County District Attorney explaining that if we write a citation, it's not just a normal citation, it's actually a severe problem that we see that is above and beyond the normal type of violation. And we're asking for a partnership. And if we do turn in a citation, that those are actually dealt with and not just dismissed. One of the things that I was really worried about, and when I found when charges were not being filed, is we were becoming a paper tiger, meaning if you're handed a citation and nothing happens with it, then you really have no compliance program. We also had the other extreme where we actually had a nursing student that was cited criminally at a 7-Eleven type area that was kicked out of nursing school for the criminal violation. And so we had that extreme, and some legislators actually discussed that with me, that's probably not the intent. If you can steal a car in Portland and not go to jail, why would this person get kicked out of nursing school? We also had a person serving in a winery that was actually had an expired permit, but their expired permit was in their nickname and not in their real name. I think it was Charlie and Chuck. And that person was booked into jail and at arraignment at the district attorney. And that person was a coach at the high school, and a parent was adopting or was a step parent for the county, and those were taken away while the case was administered. So I have had a pretty staunch enforcement program where criminal citations probably in my mind at the time were not the right thing to do because of that. And really, does that fit the crime, fit the punishment? So we started working on the administrative side as Commissioner Floyd has asked us to do, and still feel that. But I do think at where we're at today, and we'll explain that a little bit there, we're trying to work with the district attorney so that if we do issue a criminal citation, it will generally be treated as a violation, and we want them to be treated as violations. I personally don't believe, and I don't think that's the intent of the commission, is to give someone a criminal record for their first time for a sale to a minor. And that generally doesn't happen even outside of our purview. So we're definitely sensitive to using our criminal authority, and we'd rather use our administrative authority, but we have had issues where, and I'll give you an example out of the Eugene office, where they were at the Matthew Knight Center. They saw what they appeared to be a minor with alcohol. They went over to this gentleman. He was a minor. He had fake ID. They took the fake ID and beer, told him, hey, that's it, we're done. He pulled out his second fake ID and bought another beer. And when we recontacted him, he said, I didn't think you were serious. And so we do have those type of egregious cases that probably rise to the criminal level at some point. But we're working through that with the DAs in our partnership with our inspectors to make sure that we are making wise enforcement decisions, and that we're not just randomly writing tickets to everybody that's out there criminal citations. So I wanted to talk through that a little bit with you. Sometimes our only avenue, like a store clerk at 7-Eleven, for any type of punitive punishment, since they don't have a service permit, is a criminal citation or a violation citation to the local courts. So I wanted to explain that to folks so they had the commissioners, so they understood what our authority was on both sides of the fence. Next slide, Laura. I talked about minor decoy operations and the deliveries. This is Grubhub. This is your folks. This has been very tricky for all law enforcement agencies across the country. And if you think about this, we rent a motel room because we have to have a location to have fixed address to have the delivery take place. You could do an Airbnb, but generally speaking, we rent a motel room. Then we have to figure out, we can't use a state credit card to buy alcohol, obviously. That's probably a big no-no. And so we have to buy the prepaid cards or the Grubhub cards ahead of time. What we found out as we've done those two previous operations is we would order the alcohol and food. And if we didn't have a balance of an additional $30 return service fee and usually double the order on that card, it wouldn't accept that card because it's one of those temporary visas.
Say that one more time, Rich.
So if we were ordering $20 of food, we would have a card with $25. It would reject it and say that you have to pay $20 usually, and then another $20 on top of that to make sure you have enough money. And then they would charge a $35 return fee before they would accept that card. So we found out we had to have higher limits or more money on each of these cards to be able to use them. And we didn't expect that going in, that they would charge the return fee up front. Because when they're delivering alcohol, if it's a minor, they have to take it back. So they charge that ahead of time. So what we found out is using some of these cards was very difficult for our inspectors. And sometimes if you're using these type of cards, Grubhub would send a fraud alert back to you and say, provide us a copy of your driver's license and other identifying information before we will accept the order. So that was the number one thing out of the gate that just really was very difficult for us. Then our inspectors say if one of our inspectors goes, they all have alternate ID, the inspectors. We have inspectors that appear under 26 years of age, and they use an alternative ID under a different name to get into bars to do their checks. It's not their real name. So we were using those to place the orders, those identifications. What happens like on Grubhub is if you and DoorDash, if you as a person order alcohol and then a minor shows to pick it up and they catch the minor, they lock you out of the system and you could not purchase alcohol again. Great system for protection of sales, not for us because we don't have that many IDs laying around. So once an inspector's locked out of Grubhub, they can't order another drink for a minor decoy operation. They are locked out. Then we learned age verification equipment is what the industry uses all the way across the board in this area. You know, when we do this, we started talking to but hotel managers saying, hey, how do they come in when they deliver food? Like, do Grubhub, do they give it to the front desk? Do they take it into the lobby? Do they take it to the room? Some told us, hey, they just drop it off, you know, at the counter and say room 27. Some of them say, oh, they meet you in the lobby. Some will take it to the room. So what we learned is we position people, inspectors throughout on these operations because we want to watch the decoy. But what we learned is that they just take the ID and swipe it through the age verification equipment. They don't look at it. And so they totally rely on it. The first sale that we had, first one ever out of the gate, like the big, you know, we're working on this. We've had failed. We couldn't even order damn food because of the credit card and then getting locked out. So we ordered this alcohol. The kid shows up for delivery and the minor decoy said, hey, see what you can see on their screen, like what it says. Swipe the ID, which is minor ID, and it shows red, minor, do not sell. So he kind of taps on it like it's broken. So he swipes it again, minor decoy, minor, don't sell, taps it again. He's like, I don't know why this isn't working. Never looked at the license once or asked the decoy the age once, and then calls his IT section, says, hey, override the sale so I can sell it. And that was the first one, and they overrode the sale and sold to the minor decoy. Said it was an IT problem. And so from that day on, we're like, they don't even look at the ID. They're just scanning the ID. Next slide, Laura.
It was a legitimate minor ID.
Yeah.
Correct?
So when we use a minor decoy, we're required to, we can't lie. We can't be truthful. If they're untruthful, if they're asked, we tell them their age. They, you know, like what most of the minor decoys will say, hey, my age is on the license. This is what they will say. They won't lie. And so this was a 20-year-old, 19-year-old person. They sold it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, but for all minor decoys, as a bartender, as a server, even I would imagine these third-party delivery folks, the decoy cannot lie. So if you were to
Yes.
ask them, are you over 21? They have to say,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, they have to be truthful.
Yeah, they have to be truthful. And so we did those two other delivery presentations, and we were watching, and everybody in the room, like, they're not even looking at the IDs. They're just scanning them. We could give them my ID for a 19-year-old girl, and they would scan them and sell the alcohol. Commissioner Floyd is absolutely right. We can't lie under the definition. But after watching two of these, I asked Andy Jurek, who's here, and our Salem office, Aubrey Loden, the inspector, to run an operation last night using fake ID. We're not charging anybody. We're just seeing what would happen out of the 10 sales with somebody else's ID, like a 19-year-old girl with a 28-year-old male ID. They sold 8 out of 8. And 2 of the ones that didn't sell is because the fake ID wouldn't scan. It would have been 100% sales. And they're not, I have pictures of who the, you know, share it with the commissioners of what the decoy looked like in the ID they used. There were 18-year-old decoys using 28-year-old males fake IDs, and it was 100% sale.
So what's your remedy for that?
That's why I'm here. We cannot do that. We need to change policies. And why I'm having this presentation today is to inform you I've met with all the staff in the compliance world. I've talked to them about our lower compliance rates on the alcohol side, and they're seeing the same things as we're seeing on this delivery issue. Obviously, there's a bunch of education we can do on the delivery side with our licensees, and we will do that. But I'm here today to talk about the issues that we're facing. I told the staff, some of the staff on the alcohol side, some of these people are senior inspectors that have been at the agency for quite some time, have said, we need to up the penalties and we need to make sure that everybody that sells to a minor has some type of consequence, 100% consequence. I've also had inspectors and managers come to me and say, you know, we send every violation on a minor decoy operation over to the Administrative Hearings Division. And Aubrey was one of those folks that said to me, Rich, there was one where this person just started working at a 7-Eleven, and I think she was overwhelmed with the ID check. She only has to do the brochure. I think that if I talked to her and explained to her what her responsibilities were, it would never happen again. And really, that's the ultimate goal of compliance, is to get voluntary compliance. It's not to be the hammer and the nail. And so I have folks bringing up ideas, and this goes to another kudos to Commissioner Floyd about a verification of compliance program on the alcohol side, where if a inspector feels that the person sold was not intentionally doing it, they weren't selling beer or alcohol to their brother or anybody, you know, that was underage, and they actually really did make a mistake. There's 30 people in line, they're rushed that first couple of days at work, that we would offer some type of verification of compliance program, meaning if the licensee trained, had our OLCC inspectors come in within 30 or 45 days and train their entire staff on ID checking, there would be no fines or violations, and we would work with our licensees. And so that is a definite different direction than we've had in the past. You know, I will tell you from my experience in compliance, you want to take the action, the least action to gain compliance. And what you're aiming for, which is not in a perfect world, is that voluntary compliance where folks are educated and they don't want to step over the line. We have both. We have folks that don't even check the ID. You know, one of the things that the inspectors notes in their violation is whether they checked the ID, whether they looked at the picture, because the inspector is usually right behind or near the minor decoy when they purchase. They see what they actually do, or if they're going through the motions, or if they're actually making an attempt to make a mistake. So I'm here to talk to the commission about where we go. I think it's very important as where we're at in today's date and time, that you just don't sit and continue to do the same thing over and over expecting different results. You know, the untruthfulness issue, I think it has a place possibly in the delivery world, not in the other worlds, but in the delivery world. If we cannot get our licensees to comply and everybody just swipes the card, doesn't matter who it is. We've even had a licensee swipe one, or a delivery driver swipe, it said minor, it said get somebody else's ID. You know, that's the stuff that I think is important to bring to the commission, to the director, and to the legislature, to talk about changes in processes. So that's really what I'm here for today, is to talk about that, talk about ideas for raising compliance rates on the liquor side. Very proud of the marijuana side, but we have work to do in the liquor side. And then this new operation on the delivery side that is obviously an evolving market. There are other states that are like, we just give up. We can't do this because we're locked down in the system. We can't figure out how to do this work. It's almost impossible to do. It's very expensive on operational costs. It's motel rooms. And then, you know, one of the first orders, it was fish and chips, and it was like one piece of fish and 3 French fries and a 5-ounce margarita, and it was like $48 or something similar to that. And I don't know who ate the fish and chips, but it wasn't us, somebody along the way. So these things have some hoops to jump through to get this work. And I don't feel like we're in Oregon as a place where we can just give up. We need to figure this out. We need to move forward. It would change. It would require a change in Oregon revised statutes on the delivery side. And then I also wanted to bring forward and explain to the commission about how the education levels. And, you know, I don't know if you didn't know that, you know, 7-Eleven clerk didn't have a service permit, that they just read the brochure. We are committed to updating our education programs. We just had a reorganization. I feel that we need to update both our marijuana and alcohol education programs. There are some new requirements about human trafficking, and Arno here is our public health employee, and Arno has brought up some thoughts about not only telling them, hey, don't sell alcohol to a minor, it's bad, actually giving them reasons why it's bad. You know, that people that do drink at an early age are more likely to turn into have a problem later on in life and things like that. So making our training a little more robust on the service permit side, but that doesn't fix the brochure side. So that, you know, that's why I'm here. I want to tell you that we have inspectors and staff here working on these ideas and trying to figure out how we get these numbers up and why it's important. And our two focuses in the compliance division are service to minors or sales to minors and visibly intoxicated persons or over service. We know that those lead to the issues outside the bar or in the bar, fights and DUI drivers. And then, you know, my experience as a state trooper for 30 years is that when a person goes home intoxicated, they're more likely to get into family domestic disturbance and other criminal activity. So those are our priorities, and looking for input from the commission. I will tell you that we've had some not heated debates, but definitely debates with our employees on what the right thing to do. And I do think it's important that we engage our employees that are out there every day and listen to their ideas. And that's why today I told you about, you know, some want higher penalties and some want no, just, you know, like, hey, the OLCC means business. And then others are coming up with creative ideas in ways to maybe partner with the industry. And I think it's a blend of all of that, and wanted your input and your thoughts on this. Next month, I'm going to bring in stacks of fake IDs and talk about what we're seeing. We had a rodeo this last weekend where Doreen Barksdale, one of our inspectors out of Eugene, was at the rodeo, and she confiscated 8 fake IDs in one night by herself. Seeing a person with a beer or alcoholic drink, thinking that person's not 21, and then going over and asking for ID. And then I asked Mike Bloom, the region manager, to take all those confiscated IDs to another licensee in town and scan them through their age verification equipment. And all of them passed the age verification equipment, meaning the codes on the back that they're counterfeiting actually will beat the AVEs and actually say that that person's over 21 years of age. You know, when I was younger, mine looked like, I don't know, McLovin, you know, the ID where the picture's taken on the screen. If you ever watched Las Vegas Vacation where George Papio got his ID, that is not what's happening now. These are, you can order them on the internet. They're coming from outside the country and they look real. They have watermarks on them. You just take them and they have the seals on them, just like your license would have it. Almost impossible to tell the difference. And if they pass an ABE, it's almost impossible for a clerk to figure it out with their picture. So I wanted to take next month to educate you on the details of the operation last night. I got the details at 11:30 last night. Was looking through them. I knew I wanted this presentation today to tell you, like, this is what's going on. This is really the issues out there. And then I wanted some of our staff to present to you next month about the IDs they're seeing, how good they are, share them with you, and, you know, and come in and show you what they're seeing in the field as they keep telling me, hey, we got to do something. This is a big, big, big problem. So I'll answer any questions you have today. I appreciate your time. And again, I want to thank all my staff, all the staff at OLCC. They're not my staff, but they do exceptional work and they work really hard. These minor decoy operations are a lot of work, as you can imagine, and safety of the minor decoys are number one priority. And it is a lot of work. Aubrey got me some reports last night around midnight, 11:30, after working, trying to make sure that I had the appropriate summaries. And I mean, we're only as good as our people. We have great people. I want to make sure that the commission recognizes it. I think it's good also that the folks that are seeing the fake ID, I could tell you about it. I want the folks that actually deal with it to come in here and show you and tell you what is going on in their areas. So we'll have that presentation next month.
Thank you. Village commissioners? Some questions? Yeah.
So, I've never seen this before, sadly, but, you know, with pamphlets, if you give someone a pamphlet, it's generally received as something just unimpressive. But my initial at first blush, I don't understand why everyone who touches alcohol just doesn't have to take that course that everyone else does. Why can't you make it more uniform?
Chair Doherty and Commissioner Porter, that's why I'm here today. It would take a legislative change. It is in statute and Oregon administrative rule. And the legislature has decided that. But what I'm thinking, as I move through, and it really got me thinking, is the delivery stuff that started in February of this year. And the last thing is that maybe this isn't working and maybe we need to relook at it. Unfortunately, all our legislative concepts were due for this next session in February, and I didn't know this problem really existed yet until now. And so getting it through a legislative session will be very difficult in the short turnaround. But that's the conversation I wanted to start today, Commissioner, is what direction Director Prinz and the commission tell our folks to work forward to. And if that is standard training for anybody that sells, mixes, delivers alcohol, that would be something we worked on. The brochure to me, I agree with you, Commissioner Porter. It doesn't say the same message as a formal training class.
So that's going to occur. They're working towards having that.
I'm here today to seek direction from the commission. If that's a direction they want to go, and I will work with Director Prinz. But the reason I'm here today is because I'm seeing the gaps and I'm seeing the issues. And frankly, it's a teamwork approach where we bring it forward to the commission chair and the governor's office, and we try to work towards solutions.
So, and you're going to bring some stuff before us that we can prove and help you move forward.
Yes, and today was more of an informative to give you the background to think about where we're going and what we're doing. And those are the discussions I've already had with the staff. So yes, definitely, I am seeking input from the commission or other folks that are watching this video also, or presentation also. And the whole idea is to do our best to keep minors away from alcohol, and whatever that is or wherever that leads. I would like to, come back to the commission and talk through this as we move forward.
So what would be dissent? I mean, what would be a dissent to that suggestion?
Chair Doherty, Commissioner Porter, I'll give you an example, is that our legislative concept was for delivery folks to have a worker's permit. And then through the legislative process, it was changed to the certificate. Oftentimes, the legislature has the authority to make those decisions, not OLCC. And so that's where the decisions have to be made. But, I'm not saying it's a wrong or right decision, but what I'm seeing in compliance rates as this program goes through is maybe that we need to, we provide the information of what we're seeing and what things are actually happening. Like I did today, we can work with our industry partners to figure out a solution and through the legislative process.
Certainly seems like anything that's categorized as a drug should have a standard operating procedure across the board, regardless of the delivery system.
Chair Doherty, Commissioner Warren, I would agree with you on that. But the one thing that I have to remind everybody is they weren't all set up at the same time through the legislative process. They're set up servant workers permit first, then the brochures for like nonprofits. A volunteer server. They had a volunteer server who wanted to help out in an event. And they're like, oh, you have to have a service permit. Why do I have to do this if I'm doing it for a nonprofit one time in my life and trying to make a difference in my community? So it's been piecemeal. It's not been thought of as a start to finish product of how we deliver, sell, mix alcohol. And I see that in a lot of things, and I don't think it was intentional. It's just the way things work. More a product of time than anything.
If we can help straighten that up, hopefully.
So Chair, I do have a quick question. So In regards to these, pretty good fake IDs that are on the market right now with the hologram and everything, how do we approach our licensees and our service permittees? Are they held liable with?
So there is a provision in the statute, and it's very long, but it basically talks about false ID, and if it's, I don't know, remember the exact words, but it basically it says something to the fact that good faith effort on the part of the licensee, and they can't be held accountable if they go through the steps, and it's a fake ID, and we've never charged that I'm aware of, Commissioner Floyd.
And just to be clear at this, now going on the delivery side of things. So right now, we don't have an administrative authority on those, on the delivery drivers,
We
right?
have criminal authority.
We have criminal, but we don't have.
Correct.
Okay, so what we would need to do is initiate rulemaking, but it's too late to do it on this next
And
session.
yeah, and so, yes, it would be statute revision, not rules on this one, because it's in the statute on the third-party delivery on what they're required to do in their training.
And it's too late.
You don't need my permission, Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Floyd, never too late, but it's kind of too late. So I'm supposed to follow the rules, right? And the rules, they've got deadlines. But when something emerges late, the legislature is going to probably be interested in this. So I would work with Mr. Severe, Constantine Severe, our policy advisor, make sure he's aware of it, work with Rosie, so that there's always a way. There's always a way, but I want to be, the governor also wants to make sure she can see what agencies are bringing forward as legislative concepts. So it's that balance. So I can see what's possible in 2025 for something that's emerging like this that doesn't really fit the deadlines. Yeah, and I thank Rich and the team. It's really, I don't want to use the word interesting, but we're learning, right? It's educational on how this is going. So I appreciate everybody learning with a new delivery and with the machines the way they are.
Thank you.
Yeah. One more thing that Director Prinz asked me to talk about real quick, if you don't mind. We started looking, we get complaints all the time of high dollar beverages being sold in the private market. And so we have started investigating some of those violations of basically somebody having a bottle of Pappy's and trying to sell it for a high amount on the internet. And so we get a lot of those type of complaints, and we're starting to look into those to figure out if people are actually selling them, who's selling them. And we're doing some work. Director Jurek has been working on that. So I think that's an important part. We got a lot of complaints right after the chance to purchase saying, I didn't win the bottle, but it's on sale on Facebook. And we've looked into some of those, and they were not associated with the chance to purchase, but folks have kind of paid attention to that. So I wanted to just bring that up in passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. That was eye-opening.
Yeah.
Very important. Appreciate it. Next, we have our contested case hearing. Amanda, sorry. I missed one.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Borick. I'm a policy analyst with OLCC, and I'm here today for an update on the letter that we plan to submit on the DEA's proposed rule to reschedule marijuana from Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3. So last time I was here, I was talking about the rule and when it might come out, and nobody had any idea. And it actually was released, I think, while I was up here presenting to you. So the rulemaking comment period has been open. The last day to comment is, I believe, the 21st of July. So we worked with the Health Authority, their public health division, who oversees the Oregon Medical Marijuana Program, to write a dual letter because of both of our regulation over different aspects of marijuana in Oregon. You all have a copy of the letter in your packet. So I just kind of wanted to highlight the sections of the letter. The first section or the first paragraph really highlights the Oregon medical marijuana program. So 1998, ballot measure 67 was approved by Oregonians, allowing medical use in marijuana. And so right now, the medical marijuana program has 23,000 participants and also has 1,362 healthcare professionals who recommend the use of medical marijuana to their patients. The next paragraph talks about 2014, and that's when voters legalized the adult use of marijuana for anybody 21 and over. And at that same time, and the letter doesn't go into this as deep as I might do it, at that same time, testing regulations came into place. So with the medical marijuana program, generally speaking, a patient might have a grower or they might grow for themselves and they would just have the product available to them. With the adult use program, we have testing requirements. So we look for things like solvents or pesticides. And then we also have packaging rules. So packaging that can't look something desirable to minors. We can't have look-alike products. And all of that packaging is checked. And then packaging is also child resistant. And then we also have labeling requirements. So if you have, let's say, an edible product, on that edible product, you'll have a nutrition template, you'll have ingredients, and you'll have the amount of THC that's in that product per serving. So people are aware of what they're getting and what they're going to be ingesting. And so we highlighted that just to show that with legalization, there are regulations and I don't want to say safety, but consumer awareness that comes along with that. And then the next paragraph covers the retail sales tax that this program has provided to the state. So it's provided over $100 million in sales tax revenue to drug treatment, recovery, prevention, and mental health, schools, police, and local governments. So prior to legalization, that money wasn't there. So that's brand new money for the state of Oregon, just with regulation. And we did add in that same paragraph that the businesses who are like actually receiving this money, giving it back to the state, don't have traditional banking. And then they're also taxed very highly through the federal government. So even though they have these barriers in the way, they're still providing the state with this additional funding. And then the last paragraph really just talks about by legalizing and regulating, you take away a lot of the harms that are related to the illicit market. And so, and this sentence actually hits a lot of what Rich was just talking about. You know, one of those prime examples is sales to minors. You know, by having stores that sell to 21 and over, you can go in and you can check and you can make sure minors aren't getting it. Whereas before, if it was just, you know, a drug dealer, there would be no checks to see who they're selling to and who they're not. And then also in that paragraph, we kind of talk about the testing again, just because that is a really a large factor of what we do. You know, these products are not, they don't have solvent, they don't have pesticides, whereas in an illicit market, that would have never been checked. And it was really great to work with the health authority on this. And I think that, hope you like the letter. We plan on submitting it tomorrow morning in the public comment. And then the DEA will have to respond to like not all comments, but they'll respond to any comments that require basically a response to whatever their process is. So we expect this to take a while. I was looking the other day and there's thousands and thousands of comments. You know, some of them are as simple as, you know, just legalize. And then others are, you know, pages and pages. And then also our Cannabis Regulators Association submitted their comment yesterday. And so that we can get a copy, make sure I can get a copy to Director Prince and he can make sure you get it. They did not, because it's so many states involved in CANRA, it wasn't that they were agreeing with the reclassification or not agreeing with it. Their letter focused on asking for guidance. So I believe there were 6 areas in the letter that asked for guidance from the federal government. If you reschedule, you know, would you release something like the Cole memo again, letting states know what your enforcement is going to be like? You know, what can states, would this change the way states regulate marijuana? Things like that. So that letter, I think you'll like that letter. It asks a lot of good questions. That one probably will get a response, but we're not sure, you know, what that's going to look like at this point in time. But happy to update you as we learn more.
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner.
I just learned only today, and since you're bringing this up, I'm just wondering, because I just don't know how or if you're able to work with the OHA about that issue whereby hemp now is as detrimental, or actually it has a high, or what are they doing? They're extracting so that they're not regulated, but it's still hemp. I don't know if that's even in the OLCC's purview or what. So are you mentioning or alluding to that problem? Because I guess OLC's doing a really good job with regulating, but if you have this other arm with the hemp that contains as high a content of THC with the same effect, well, it's going to affect the business that you're trying to control, right? But then B, you have this whole other arm that, even if we put all these check marks in place, there's still going to be another avenue whereby people can still get that kind of a high from THC.
Yeah. And Commissioner Doherty, Commissioner Porter, that is a big issue. We did not mention it in this letter because technically hemp is legal federally. And so the Farm Bill of 2018 legalized hemp. It's not on the controlled substance list anymore. So we went ahead and just kept this letter focused on marijuana itself and moving from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3, because that's what they're talking about that we're making comment on. But what you're bringing up about the high THC hemp items is a problem. And one of the nice things, the legislature a couple of years ago passed a bill that allowed us to work with the Oregon Department of Agriculture to stand up a cannabis reference lab. And so what we've been able to do is to be able to purchase some of those products, because most of those products are available online. We've been able to purchase some of them, and we're beginning to start testing to see, what the THC levels are, if there are contaminants in those products. And so there is a lot of work at the agency around that issue, and also through CANRA. And we have a whole position at the agency who's a hemp specialist, Stephen Crowley. And so he works with those details on a daily basis.
That hemp business is bigger than the marijuana business, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
most
I think
likely.
it's about a $26 billion operation that seems to be fairly unregulated. It's dangerous. Amanda, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll get this back in order here. Let's get behind you. Is Caleb on? Is he going to be on the phone?
Should be on the
Call him.
There you go.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Colin. Excuse me. I keep wanting to call you.
Totally fine. I'm very used to that. My parents did that to me when they spelled my name that way, and I did the same thing to my my oldest son just for fun. So I figured, I got to pay it forward.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah. Well, good morning, Chair Doherty, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Colin Nealand, Chief Financial Officer for the agency. It's good to be talking with you all again this morning. And we have quite a few things that we're going to be going through today. One is we're just going to be going through a quarterly financial update for our current biennium. We're also going to be going over our agency request budget that we will be submitting at the end of the month to the DAS Chief Financial Office. And then we also, here in July, have our annual Executive Director Travel report that we are required by policy to bring forward for your review. And so we'll go ahead and get started. And I'll be going through the slides. And whenever I do that, please definitely ask questions. I may not see hands raised or anything like that. So Laura, maybe you could help me if there's any questions that are coming up too, if we need to stop on a particular slide. So the first thing I wanted to share with the Commission is that the state budget process is, as you can see here, is a never-ending process. It begins for the current biennium in July of 2023 and really continues until the end of the 2025 legislative session. And this is actually a diagram that I borrow from the Department of Administrative Services. And where we've been thus far has really been in the kind of mustard area up in the upper right-hand corner, talking about implementing the budget that was approved during the 2023 legislative session. And then also the bottom half of this circle talks about the agency request budget, which is another area that we've been spending a lot of time in, both as an agency, also with the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office, and also our governor's policy advisor, as we're continuing to work through these things. One item I would want to mention for you all is that the date you see for when agency request budgets are submitted here of September, that is a date that actually applies to larger agencies that are typically expected to need a little more time than smaller agencies are. So those are your Oregon Department of Transportation and Department of Human Services, and where Director Prinz came from, Department of Corrections. Those are the agencies that are called late submittal agencies, and they will submit their agency requested budget on September 1st. Agencies like ours is considered an early submittal agency, and we submit a month sooner. So we will actually be submitting our agency request budget at the end of this month, and we will also be posting it on our website. And once we do that, I'll work with Laura to make sure that we send all of you that link so that you can have that information. It's a big document, typically over 1,000 pages. So we wouldn't necessarily ask that you all, go through all that detail, but always want to make sure you know where that information is at and that it's available to the public. That's a requirement that agencies have. And also that, happy to answer any questions that you might have after our presentation today and as we go forward on this. And so the place we're going to start is really that budget execution place where we're at. I wanted to share, this is a similar update to what we've been talking about. Director Prinz refers to this as my Pac-Man slide, where it really highlights how our revenue from distilled spirits makes up the vast majority of where our revenues are. That's where we have, of course, been spending a lot of our time and energy thus far in the current biennium, up to and including a presentation that Director Prinz and I gave to the legislature back in February of 2024, where we were updating the revenue forecast for distilled spirits. And for some of you that may remember, a couple of years ago when I was first with the agency, I was showing that at that time, the distilled spirits revenue forecast that the agency had was upwards of 1.9 billion. It was projecting about almost a 20% increase from the 2021 to 23 biennium. And I was mentioning with the commission that was something that we were going to watch, because that was an area that, that type of revenue growth coming out of COVID was something that we needed to monitor and really see if that was going to happen. Historically, alcohol sales have had, relatively strong growth, but something that we've been seeing in our conversations with NABCA and also in conversations with our stakeholders, and we discussed back in April, was we're really seeing that upward trend start to flatline and really it not continue that really strong rate of growth that historically has been there and really that was being seen during COVID. And so that's something that we are continuing to monitor and we'll continue to update you on. And the information that you see here and what we shared with the legislature and the governor's office back in February reflects that update from what we're seeing there. And we'll also talk about that some more as we get into our forecast for the next biennium as well. And so this next slide, and I apologize for the format here a little bit. The information is correct, but we have the blue, which is fiscal year 2022. It's in the middle when it really should be over on the left. So my apologies that the format is a little odd here. But what this information shows, and something that you've seen as well, is that we're really monitoring liquor sales, and the next slide will show also what we're seeing in case sales. And what we have not quite had the opportunity to update with June of 2024 information. So when I come back here next time, we'll of course have that information for you. But really, this is what we've been talking about is over the last almost 3 years, we have seen a flatlining of revenues from a liquor sales perspective in dollars. And what you see here in the next slide, and this one has a better format, a little more the way the other slides should have read, is this, of course, is another way of looking at that in far as cases as well. And so this is really that flatlining revenue that we have been taking a look at as we are looking at what our revenue forecast should be, not only for this biennium, but as we look towards the future. And then one of the things we wanted to highlight for the commission, especially since we have some newer members, is talk about from our alcohol sales, what are the dedicated revenues, and then also what are the statutorily required splits, so how that revenue is distributed. And so the first thing we wanted to highlight for what we're seeing is, in addition to distilled spirits revenues, we also have about $36 million a biennium, or about $18 million annually in privilege tax revenues. And so those are taxes on what we're talking about between malt, wine, and cider. And in statute, what is dedicated is 50% of those revenues are required to be transferred over to the Oregon Health Authority to the Mental Health, Alcoholism, and Drug Services account. And then we are also a pass-through where we help collect revenue for the Oregon Wine Board, and we pass that revenue along to them. It's about 2 cents per gallon of wine sold, and biennially that's about $750,000. So these are carve-outs of dedicated revenues that we distribute over the course of the biennium. And then the unrestricted amounts that go into the distribution from our alcohol revenues are that, excluding the surcharge, 56% goes to the general fund. Combined for the cities, there's a total of 34%, and you can see the breakouts there. And then counties go to get 10% of that allocation, and all of that is unrestricted. And the reason, of course, that's important is, one, we want to be mindful of our stakeholders when we're doing our revenue forecasts, and also of how alcohol revenues are distributed. You know, alcohol revenues are one of the main revenue sources for counties and cities. And of course, means that they also have a distinct interest in the debt service that we'll end up talking about later regarding our new warehouse and our conveyor system and our IT modernization projects. And definitely something that we'll continue to work to engage those stakeholders and keep them informed on where we are going with these things. And of course, as we continue to work on refining our revenue forecasts, do our best to provide them the best information we can, because it's important not just for state budget planning, but also for city and county budget planning as well. And this is a pie chart that just provides some dollars there for you. So you can see based on those percentages, and then including surcharge, that right now that we are forecasting about $574 million of our total revenues that will be distributed by the end of this biennium. And that's something that we'll continue to track on a quarterly basis. But this is just another way of kind of seeing how that distribution looks visually. And then this is something that I wanted to share with you, is our budget and the money that we were talking about ultimately in distribution. So we were talking about the $1.7 billion biennially in alcohol revenues that we're seeing from on the distilled spirit side. You know, big items that I wanted to kind of draw your attention to is the largest part of this pie chart that you see is our liquor store agents. And so the compensation that we pay them makes up roughly half of our other funds budget that we have of about $392 million. And then what you can also see is down kind of here in the bottom right-hand corner, administration and support makes up about 10% out of this total. And that's something that we're always tracking as well, is because generally speaking, people are always looking at administration for any organization, and 10% or right around there is kind of that sweet spot for what's seen as appropriate and about right. And that's something that we try and keep track of. And overall, just want to make sure we're reporting that to all of you so you're aware of that information as well. And then over here in the bottom right-hand corner, we see that we have our IT modernization capital project at about 16.5 million. And that just includes the amount that was included in the current biennium for that amount of the project. That total project was authorized at 27 million. And we'll talk about that here in just a couple of slides. And then what we'll also talk about is what you don't see in this pie chart is you don't see the spending authority relating to our warehouse and our material handling system, also known as our, our conveyor. And that's something that I wanted to just note for you, is that the reason you don't see the warehouse and the conveyor system is because those projects were approved as 6-year spending authority back during the 2021 and 22 legislative sessions. And so what you see here in total for those projects is that funding authority and expenditure authority is something that we don't have to request again, because it was, when it was first approved, it was good for 6 years. So it'll take us all the way through the next budget cycle in the 2025 to June 30, 2027 biennium. And so you can see what that is. The difference between that and our IT modernization project is that our IT modernization project that was originally approved during the 2021 session was only approved as 2-year funding initially. And so the reason you saw that in that pie chart that we were looking at a little bit ago was we have to track how much of that original 27 million that we have spent thus far, and then look to request whatever amount is remaining as we head forward into our agency request budget for 2025-27. So just want to kind of note some of those distinctions so that you just had some awareness of those nuances around our large projects that we're working on, and how that relates to the information you might see displayed on different pie charts and how the information is presented at different times. And then related to all 3 of those projects, I wanted to share with you the debt service that we're currently looking at. And what you can see is that, this shows by project and by biennium what we're expecting to spend. It goes out, breaking it down by individual biennium until the 2033 to 2035 biennium. After that, it goes all the way out to just the end of what the debt service is projected to be. It just allows it to kind of fit within one table here. The estimated useful lives of our projects is that our IT modernization, we have been assuming 10-year life, the conveyor system or material handling system, 20 years, and the warehouse 30 years. Those things could end up lasting longer than that, but that's just kind of the assumption we've been making on the financial side. One thing to note for you when we're looking at debt service is when the state issues bonds, they put a limit of only going out 25 years. So even though the warehouse is assumed to last at least 30 years, the debt service will be paid off sooner than that at 25 years. Whereas the debt service related to the conveyor and to the IT modernization project, because they're shorter than that 25 years, they'll actually assume a 20-year payoff period or a 10-year payoff period. And that's why you see on this table in the last biennium that's listed out separately, the 2033 to 35 biennium, you'll see that the IT modernization is showing as 0. And that's because that assumes that project has been, as far as debt service, has been completely paid off by that point in time. So that's why you see that as a 0 on that table. And then relating to that, something that is currently not included in the information we'll be talking about shortly for our agency request budget, but it is definitely something to keep in the back of your mind, and is a significant item that we're going to be continuing to work with the Dallas Chief Financial Office on, the governor's office, and the legislature will be the sale of our Milwaukee properties, our headquarters and our warehouse. And what you see here are estimates that we had received from Cushman and Wakefield going back about 18 months ago. And any market analysis that's done is always point in time. So I just wanted to make sure that, you're able to kind of see what those assumptions were. And of course, what you can see here is using that information, the estimated net sale proceeds for selling the headquarters and the warehouse would be about $28 million. Of course, there's some significant caveats to that, but that's a rough assumption that we're working with right now. And the ability to use those sale proceeds to pay down the debt service, it would be a significant issue. It would be significant for the stakeholders that I mentioned previously, the cities and the counties, because even though the sale of this property would not directly go into the alcohol distribution that goes to the state general fund, cities and counties, mental health, those types of things, it definitely has an indirect component to it, because money we spend on paying our debt, our principal and our interest, is money that does not go into the distribution from our alcohol revenues. And so if we were able to make a lump sum payment against our debt, that would indirectly benefit the overall distribution for the state general fund, the cities and the counties. So that is definitely going to be something that we'll be continuing to talk about with our stakeholders and, of course, folks across the state enterprise, and will be a big component of where we continue to plan on how to best utilize those funds to pay down that debt. And then I'll stop there and see if there are any questions before I transition to talking about what we are doing looking forward. Director Prince.
Yeah, not a question. Thank you, Colin. I just wanted to say, when we talk about the budget and we talk about the legislature and we talk about liquor sales, this is something we track with all of our partners. So Michelle Deister is here in the back. Michelle, you have to raise your hand now. So when we talk about working with the legislature, we're talking about working with the Ways and Means Committee, but really we're talking about working with really experienced staff in Michelle primarily, and then we have Stacy Chase in the Department of Administrative Services. So this is we're always working on the budget, some part of it. And so wanted to make sure that you knew Michelle, and that's who we work with, and then Stacy Chase is who we work up with. And then Trisha, I'm gonna just introduce you too. So then also, this is Trisha Maloney from Sazerac, one of the largest suppliers of distilled spirits. And everything we're seeing is something that we're seeing nationally. The sales of liquor in the United States, I would say, has pretty much flatlined after COVID. And so I just wanted to introduce Trisha as well as Michelle, and thank them for their partnership. And as we're doing this, one of the key takeaways I want to especially the new commissioners is we regulate the front end, how alcohol and cannabis is bought and sold. We then have revenue that are distributed to the legislature, the cities, and the counties. Those folks decide primarily how that money is going to be spent. So if the legislature and the governor want to focus on behavioral health and addiction issues because we have a crisis in that area, or houselessness, that decision is made by them, not us. And that goes for the counties. They get 10% of the proceeds, and then the cities have 34% of the proceeds, and we are the second largest source of revenue for cities in Oregon. So that's kind of how I wanted Colin to go over that, because I think it's important to think about who decides where the money goes primarily, and that's done by a statutory system. And so I just wanted to introduce those key partners that we work with so you can kind of have context.
Thank you, Director Prince. Any other questions before we go on? And thank you. I appreciate everyone bearing with me. I know this can be a little dense as far as the information goes. So appreciate everyone bearing with me on this. So then I wanted to just provide an update for what we are forecasting currently for the next biennium. And what you'll see here is these numbers look very similar because due to the flatlining that we're seeing both nationally and here in Oregon, that we're really forecasting a very nominal increase in our distilled spirits revenues, roughly about a 1.5% increase at the top line level overall. So it really essentially fairly flat from that revenue perspective on the distilled spirits side. And then similarly for our license fees and on our privilege tax, one thing we haven't really gotten into the detail on regarding malt and wine is malt and wine as its own category, separate from distilled spirits, has seen a very similar trend of, being fairly flat from an overall sales and revenue perspective for the state. And of course, for our stakeholders. So then what I wanted to share with you is what this shows is, and it looks very similar to the pie chart that we saw previously for our current biennium budget. This is what's called our current service level budget. And what this means is we take everything that is in our legislatively approved budget and it comes forward as a forecast into the next biennium, and it includes inflation and really the full phasing in of cost of living adjustments that were granted in the current biennium. And so that's where you see this growth from about 392 million that we saw in our 2023-25 legislatively approved budget to what you're seeing here at about 403 million. And one thing to kind of note here in the bottom left-hand corner is you see the IT modernization, that capital project. We'll talk about that here in a moment in another slide. And that goes back to the point we were talking about earlier, where because that was originally approved in 2021, but it was only approved for one biennium at a time, every time we move into our agency request budget, it's not assumed in our current service level base budget. So we need to re-request whatever needs to be remaining from that 27 million to complete that. So you'll see what that is. And we'll also talk about how in our distilled spirits supply chain, DSSC is an acronym you may have heard, that component of our IT modernization originally assumed about 16.5 million for that project. But we're seeing that the cost for that, just to stand that system up for a warehouse management system, point of sale, and enterprise resource software, that's coming in about $5 million higher than that. And so that's something that we've worked with the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office to include that in our agency request budget that we'll be talking about here. And of course, you continue to see that agent compensation is a significant component of the agency's overall budget. So what you see here is a list of what are called the policy option packages. These are funding requests, and I should provide the caveat here. There is no money or cash that comes along with these requests because we are an other funded agency. In other words, the revenue that we receive from alcohol revenues or from our license fees, that is the revenue that we receive. What we're really requesting that you see here is spending authority increases over what is included in our base budget. And so those are the items that you see here. And you can see here there's a total of about $18.5 million. It's a mixture of things that would be either 100% alcohol funded or a mixture of alcohol and marijuana funded or 100% marijuana funded. And at the bottom, there's also a policy option package that addresses a budget note, which is a formal budget instruction that the agency received as we exited the 2023 legislative session to take a look at our management organizational structure and to also take a look at how costs were allocated to across our alcohol revenue programs and to also our recreational and medical marijuana programs. And that budget note was something as an agency and as leadership we really welcomed, because that was something that we had been discussing internally. We're really looking to take a look at anyway. And we really appreciated Michelle Deister with the Legislative Fiscal Office seeing that same need for us and to incorporate that as a budget note so that could be something that we formally plan on responding to. And we also will be responding back to the legislature in December of this year with a more formal report on our cost allocation and reorganization from that perspective. Key items that we would talk about here is the very first policy option package. This is the continuation of the 27 million that we are anticipating we would not spend, about 6.7 million there, and then an additional 5 million that we're requesting for the higher costs that we're seeing in our distilled spirit supply chain project. And these are costs that would be bonded. So the revenues to pay for this initially would not come directly out of our alcohol revenues. Instead, they would come from bond proceeds, and then we would turn around and pay the debt service from what we were looking at previously. The next two policy option packages relate to the equipment that we need to purchase. We had about 80% of the equipment to purchase for our new Canby warehouse included in our current biennium budget. The remainder was deferred until the next biennium. So this policy option package includes that funding. It also includes paying about $600,000 to Department of Administrative Services in lease costs for our headquarters to be at the Portland State Office Building instead of where we are today. And then, of course, moving costs to move our warehouse and headquarters to their new location, as well as the increased rent of about $60,000 for our Salem field office. So all of that is included there. And then the next policy option package for the $1 million plus that you see there, that is the non-bonded part of our IT modernization. And one thing to just mention for the commission is we anticipate our non-bonded maintenance and support costs for the distilled spirit supply chain to actually be much higher than that. We anticipate it being something closer to about $6 million annually, $12 million a biennium. The reason you see that, you don't see that full amount requested there is agencies that either receive funding directly from the general fund or like OLCC that contribute to the general fund through the distribution of our alcohol revenues. Those agencies were given an instruction to limit policy option packages in our agency request budget to 1% of what our alcohol related activities were in our currently approved budget. For us, that calculation came out to $3.5 million. And so if anyone was checking my math, if you took the amounts for policy option packages 102 and 103, you would see that there's total $3.5 million. That is because of the limitation that we have there. We're continuing conversations with the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office as we move from the agency request budget into the governor's budget regarding the challenges that we see in the ability to be able to pay for the ongoing maintenance for the distilled spirit supply chain. And we expect there to be some just ongoing discussions and details as we continue to work through that. And the conversations we're currently having with the vendor that we have issued the notice of intent to award on for that project, that will help to inform those conversations as well. And then the other things that you see here are relating to the other items that we're talking about for staffing on our marijuana side, and also related to hemp regulation topics that have already come up, and items that were discussed in House Bill 4121 during the 2024 legislative session. And there's spending authority for the staff that we see there. And then we'll also be working through establishing a fee to work through that. And that'll be an important component of well that will generate some more conversations, because the population of people that might be subject in Oregon to that hemp regulation fee. Fairly small group, less than 200, actually fairly close to 100. And so getting a group of just closer to 100 filers covering the amount of costs you see there, that can lead to a fee amount that's fairly substantial. And so that'll be something that we suspect there'll be some additional conversations and planning that'll go into the conversations after we submit our agency request budget and before the governor's budget comes out in December. And then this is just showing what our agency request budget looks like after we have included those policy option packages. And then this is just a way of kind of seeing how that relates to our authorized full-time employees, so that you can see how that kind of looks by our divisions. And then lastly, what you see here is this is the last part of my presentation today. And so thanks for bearing with me. This is the annual report on the executive director travel. And they're really, everything was perfectly fine with Director Prinz, and you should have received a copy of my letter to you all, which on the second page provides a little more detail of the expenses that were incurred and any reimbursements that the agency received. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Commissioners?
Thank you.
Colin, one thing, slide way back there where we were looking at the revenues from liquor and the revenues from marijuana, there were license fees from marijuana, but there's no taxes. And I think the commission should know how that's handled differently than the distillery.
Yeah, so Chair Dougherty, commissioners, one of the big distinctions relating to revenues that the state receives from marijuana is that OLCC directly receives license fees, and we use that to carry out the regulatory responsibilities that we have with our recreational marijuana licensees, the license holders. The marijuana taxes that those licensees pay, those go to the Department of Revenue. And the Department of Revenue then allocates those marijuana taxes based on what was approved through the last initiative that was passed by the voters. And so that is roughly in the current biennium, what is allocated by the Department of Revenue is a little under $300 million to the various aspects that are included in that. And that tax revenue does not come to OLCC. We just receive our license fee revenue, but our activity and the fee revenue that we receive directly supports the state's ability to receive those tax revenues and then distribute them accordingly to what the voters have passed.
Thanks, Colin. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Any questions? Colin, thank you very much.
Thank
you.
My pleasure. Have a great rest of your morning.
Well, how hot is it over there, Colin?
Well, it's definitely warmer than there in Milwaukee right now. So, although I think we were pretty close last week.
Oh my, yeah. Well, stay cool.
Well, thank you. Glad for air conditioning.
So what is this?
Mr. Chair, I'm gonna,
Yeah, go ahead.
there's one more item, Colin, under yours, which is a waiver of the extension of the waiver on opto fines and fees. So when we rolled out one of our online computer systems, it was rough for our licensees to get on there and get their privilege taxes for wine, particularly in there. And so we wanted to waive some of the fees for late payments, late penalties and things like that. And I think the ability for me to do that and had a time a time date. I can't remember what it was, Laura.
June 30th, 2024.
June 30th, 2024. So I would like to extend that. If you would give me the ability to do that, because we're still having people who are getting, we want to waive the penalties and things. And so I think we were asking if you would just waive it without a date, so I can look at those with Colin and make sure that we, we look at the facts and waive them if appropriate.
We want to look at your vacation expenses before we do. It's already yours.
Yeah, my vacation to Canra.
So that's this delegation of authority.
Yes.
That we're looking for here. I would entertain a motion for the delegation, such a delegation of authority. So you'd like to. But do you want?
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Carr.
as authorized under ORS 473.06002 and ORS 47.0.720, I move to direct staff to amend the delegation of authority policy adopted by the board on May 18, 2023 by removing the sunset date, clarifying that the amendment and delegation is retroactive to July 1st, 2024. This board policy allowed for the delegation of the commission's authority to waive penalties and interest to the executive director. Prior delegation expired on June 30th, 2024, and had been in place for all privileged tax filers who are subject to the Oregon Privileged Tax Online OPTO software filing system. This would remove that sunset date and allow for the delegation of the commission's authority to waive penalties and interest to the executive director on an ongoing basis for all privileged tax-related items.
Yeah, I second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Can we call the roll, please?
Commissioner Chowry,
Yes.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Chair Jordan.
Yes. So now we have a contested case hearing presented by Elijah. Hello,
Yes, hello.
nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
Like,
So licensee's attorney is here, Mr. Kevin Jacoby.
Welcome.
Good morning.
I can see online.
No, he's not. Waiting for Mr. Prince, or should we start?
Board Second Director, would you like to see if you can step up for a second?
Slides are put on this.
No. Craig walked out, but you know.
That's a real, that's,
Okay.
it's going to continue on.
So, staff is presenting, a proposed order on canceling, the marijuana producer license for licensee Adesto at Ronha, doing business as CJ operator on the basis of 2 category 1 violations for violations of the restrictions placed on his license. Mr. Kevin Jacoby is representing the licensee. To give you a little bit of background. Licensee Ronha received his license as a result of a sale surrender from the previous licensee in an agreement in 2021, a settlement agreement that was a sale surrender. That was the previous licensee was the Kilmer Road Operator LLC with Matthew Ports, one of the licensees. The new sale surrender found that because Mr. Portnoff was the ultimate owner of the real property underneath the licensee, he had a financial interest in the ongoing continued business of that license. And thus the commission had a denial basis because of Mr. Portnoff's poor record of compliance. To overcome this denial basis, Mr. Ronha agreed to 3 conditions on his license. These were that restrictions, not conditions, sorry. That licensee will not allow Matthew Portnoff to take part in any part in the operation or management of the business or to provide any services of the business. 2, that licensee will not allow Matthew Portnoff to be an employee or agent of the business or otherwise act in a representative capacity on the business, on behalf of the business. And 3, that licensee will not allow Matthew Portnoff to be present on the licensed premises at any point. As would be noted later by ALJ Webster, licensee's obligations under the restrictions are clear. Do not allow Mr. Portnoff to participate in the business operation or management, to provide any services to the business, to act in any representative capacity on behalf of the business, or to be on the licensed premises at any time. Licensee accepted imposition of the three restrictions without any conditions or reservations. It has since been determined that Mr. Portnoff gave the licensee business to Mr. Raha for no cost, that Mr. Portnoff paid the initial licensing fee on behalf of Mr. Raha, that licensee listed Mr. Portnoff on his metric account as an employee and granted him access and permissions on his CTS, his metric account. That licensee had Mr. Portnoff order and pay for UID tags for the business. And that during the time period of the OLCC's investigation, there was no lease agreement between the licensee and Mr. Portnoff, and Mr. Portnoff paid no rent. Originally, there were four violations originally. The fourth one was removed in an amended violation. So the three violations that were before the ALJ and the hearing, well, I should say the hearing procedure, because there was a motion of summary determination. I'll get to that. Were for three violations of the restrictions. The first was for paying the license fee, which Mr. Portnoff paid the license fee on May 5th of 2022. The effective date of the license was May 6th of 2022. That will become relevant later. The violation of the second restriction was for listing Mr. Portnoff as an employee in Metric from July 22nd of 2022 to October 5th of 2022. And the third was the violation of restrictions for allowing Mr. Portnoff to purchase UID tags on July 22nd of 2022 and again on August 28th of 2022. Motions of summary determination were filed on behalf of both sides in this case. Motion of summary determination, just to really clearly, is asking in a written form that the ALJ determine that there are no issues of material fact, and that each side, or one side, is asking that judgment be granted for their side on the basis of the uncontested facts. As I said, both sides filed. The motion of summary determination found the undisputed facts to be simply, and this is a condensed version, that Mr. Portnoff paid the licensee filing fee of $5,750 on May 5th of 2022, and that the restricted license was granted on May 6th. That licensee granted Mr. Portnoff access to Metric from July 22nd of 2022, granting several privileges in Metric. That Mr. Portnoff logged into Metric and paid $2,585.40 for UID tags on July 22nd of 2022. That on July 26th, Mr. Ranha removed several of the privileges granted, but not all, to Mr. Portnoff. And that on August 28th, licensee reinstated privileges to Portnoff to manage tag orders, and then had Mr. Portnoff log into Metric and pay an additional $516.24 for UID tags on August 28th of 2022. Now, based on these uncontested facts, the ALJ said that they're going to fine for the licensee on count one, and that's on the basis that the actions of Mr. Portnoff predate the inception of the restricted license. That 1 day prior payment means that the license was in effect, the restrictions were in effect, dismissal of that charge. The remaining two counts were found in favor of the commission, and what we went to from there was a hearing to determine what the penalty would be. So the hearing occurred, additional evidence was presented, testimony was received from Mr. Ranha, from Chris Montesino, OLCC inspector, Amy Margolis was a witness for licensee, and Mr. Lucas Ranha, licensee's brother and a owner of a nearby license as well, and on the same tax lot, and and Mr. Portnoff himself. It was at the hearing that it came out that the license was transferred without any payment from Mr. Portnoff to Mr. Ranha, and also that Mr. Ranha paid no rent for the duration of the investigation materials for the period that we were looking at. The rules that we are looking at for this case, in terms of the violation, is Oregon Administrative Rule 845-025-8575, and it's that a licensee who has a restricted license may only exercise license privileges in compliance with the restrictions. And that failure to comply with any restrictions is a Category 1 violation. One of the other things that's coming up is that Oregon Revised Statutes 475C.265 says that in summary, the commission may only revoke a license under the rules that are at play here when the conduct poses a significant risk to public health and safety. That is the basis upon which we can revoke and cancel the license. And then Oregon Administrative Rule 845-025-8590, subsection 2, subsection A, which says that a significant risk to public health and safety includes, but is not limited to, exercising license privileges while the license is in violation of restrictions imposed on that license. So it's a rule stating that operating in violation is a significant risk to public health and safety. In the hearing, it was determined that these rules stood on their own. However, the notice charged that the conduct was in violation of what are referred to as oceanside factors, which were imported from liquor law. And these are basically the explanations that whether the conduct is close enough to the restriction violation and the way it's going to justify cancellation as the remedy. The ALJ ruled that we didn't have to go there, but our notice, as this is the first restriction violation case that the OLCC in marijuana has brought forward, alleged that this was in violation of the oceanside factors, and that the oceanside factors were in favor of the commission. And because we alleged that in our notice, we had to prove it. So in looking at this, we did meet the oceanside factors, which are, excuse me, briefly, the timing of a violation, with violations that occur earlier in the time of the license having a restriction are weighed more heavily and in favor of against the licensee. The willfulness, so was the licensee aware of the restrictions, and was the conduct that was the violation, and was the conduct that made up the violation of the restriction voluntary and intentional? And if so, that weighs against the licensee. It should be noted that this willfulness does not require that the conduct be malicious, only that it be willful. The number or frequency of the violations is the third oceanside factor. So that's with repeated violations and more frequent violations weighing against the licensee. It has been held also in our case precedent that extended and continuous states of violation are counted as an increase of frequency. So existing in a state of violation is a frequent occurrence. And then the hardship of the restriction versus the importance of that restriction. And this is summarized as whether the breach strikes at the very heart of the restriction or the condition placed on the licensee. So it's weighing the hardship of the restriction against the importance and how closely it comes to the purpose of the restriction. As mentioned before in the summary from ALJ Webster's motion of summary determination ruling, in this case, the language was clear. Mr. Portnoy was not to be involved, and Mr. Portnoy was more than just a little bit involved. There were also aggravations to consider in this case, that the licensee personally committed what would be the second violation, that he granted Mr. Portnoy the access to CTS and logged him in. That the licensee repeatedly committed the violations. That would be violation number 3, where the UID tags were purchased on 2 separate dates in July and again in August. And that the licensee intentionally committed both these violations, that he intentionally wanted to have Mr. Portnoy order the tags and wanted to have him access to his CTS metrics, sorry. So those are the issues going forward. The judgment of finding of violation for 2 and 3 and a proposed penalty of cancellation with the aggravating factors as proposed by Judge Fair is what the staff is proposing. We are requesting just 2 changes to the order. There is in finding of fact 13. We would add 3 exhibits to the pieces of information that substantiate fact 13. Adding to the evidentiary basis. These are facts on the record and things that support the conclusion drawn by fact 13. And this would be when Mr. Portnoff was removed from the metric permissions, that kind of period of removing him and adding it back. And these 3 additional pieces of information are Exhibit A24, the rulings on cross motions for summary determination at page 5. Exhibit G from the motion of summary determination listing Portnoff's employee privileges at pages 6 through 8. And the affidavit of TJ Sheehy also from the motion of summary determination. The other change we're asking to make is in finding of fact 19, and that would be to change the sentence. The commission does not provide warnings for certain violations, including category 1 violations. 2, commission inspectors do not usually provide warnings or verbal instruction for certain violations, including category 1 violations. This more accurately reflects the actual substance of what occurred at the hearing. During cross-examination, Inspector Montesino was asked by Mr. Jacoby if he was aware the agency had an education first position towards enforcement for quite some time, and Montesino replied, "That is correct, but that only calls for certain rule breakage. Category 1 and Category 2 are pretty much booked to AHD, Administrative Hearings Division. And in the ALJ's order, it kind of got abbreviated into what existed, and we're looking to kind of flush it out into a more exacting reflection of the record." So with that said, I believe that Mr. Jacoby has exceptions he would like to present.
I got a quick question.
Can I ask you?
Commissioner?
So can you explain to me, because I do think it's an important fact here, and licensing attorney has alleged that there's no evidence in the record about the initial, where he was initially added to the metric system or the TTS, then taken off and then added back on. I mean, some of the privileges that you're discussing, and there's an exhibit that you want to add.
Yes.
Can you explain to me maybe what took place during the hearing as to what the dispute is? I would think this would be pretty obvious that the computer system would know this.
Yeah, so the computer system does note this. One of the things is these were facts that were found in the motion of summary determination. So they were previously found, and the record from the motion of summary determination was encapsulated and sucked up into the current proposed judgment. And it was all matters that were auto considered. However, when the ALJ proposed the order, it left out what was previously included in the motion of summary determination. Even though for ease of use, the rulings of the motion of summary determination were included as an exhibit, just so they could be referenced and pointed at and looked at in that manner.
So that helps answer that question.
Okay.
But then can you explain to me, and I'll have Mr. Jacoby also address this, but their objections say that it contradicts the evidence on the record and that there's no evidence of this. And so it seems to me like it was approved. And so
I'll say from our standpoint, it was on the record because it was accepted and put on the record during the motion of summary determination. One of the exhibits that is listed by the ALJ is an actually incomplete record, different than what was proposed and presented in Exhibit G. It was instead the exhibit used at the hearing just to determine penalty. And I'll say from the perspective of the case presenter, we weren't looking at reestablishing everything determined in the motion of summary determination, or the motion of summary determination becomes a pointless exercise in why bother. So.
And do you have any information as to why it does say that you initially noticed them and then dismissed the notice and then re-noticed them again? This was before the second amended notice. I don't know if there's any information about that.
There was an amended notice dropping the fourth charge, which was failure to provide surveillance when requested. And so there was an amended notice.
It did look like though there was an initial notice, then it was dismissed, and then we noticed again and then amended. So I didn't know if there was anything.
Can you tell me exactly what you're
Yes.
in what
It may
exhibits
not be
are you-
important, but I was just curious. I thought that was unusual too. It says on May 23rd.
If I can answer that.
Okay.
I recall this. I think the reason that happened was because and Mr. Nadell was not the case presenter that drafted the initial notice. After the initial notice went out, my client received it, I received it, but before the time required for us to answer it, there was, I think the case presenter decided to amend the charges. And that's why there was a dismissal and a reissuance, and we got it.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
That makes sense. Yes.
That's helpful.
And that predated me.
Commissioner Floyd.
Chair, is it accurate that it's a common practice in the industry for licensees to provide landlords access into the CTS accounts, for that landlords to review the licensees records?
I can't provide any specific personal knowledge. The person who provided testimony at the hearing on these matters were Inspector Montesino, who, if my recollection was proper, said it's much more common for a licensee to be on metric if they are one in the same as the real property owner with the licensee themselves. That would make more sense. Amy Margolis did spoke and said that it was a practice. No percentages were thrown around. It happens 40% of the time. It's not something that was established. And so I can't speak to its commonality. That is not information within my realm of experience.
I have a question here. Tell me, alleged here significant risk to the public health, and I know you've given the public health and safety, and you've given the ORS numbers and that. Tell me in lay terms how this activity was a significant risk to the public health and safety.
Well, on the very initial premise of it is that this is a licensee who we had a denial basis for and would have denied unless they agreed to the restrictions on their license. And that is because involvement of someone with a poor record of compliance is a danger to public health and safety. They have a poor record of compliance. And the commission needs the assurances of the separation, the arm's length holding. That's why the three restrictions of no operational involvement, and I'm shorthanding here for sake of time, which hopefully we all appreciate. Operational management, employment or agency, and then the third one of no being on the premises itself are the things that would keep that arm's length and the security. The other thing is, when you have a restriction placed on a business, it is an explicit agreement between the commission and the licensee, and to ignore that, and it's a level above just the standard rules placed on all licensees. We have these restrictions you, licensee, must follow. And when you're not willing to follow those called out specifically, it demonstrates a level of fear the commission can have that they will not follow others that were all meant to keep us and the community safe. The rules in general are promulgated by the agency in one point for the purpose of keeping the public safety. I believe it's ORS 475C.217 that has one of the reasons. Oh, I have it in my notes here. Yeah, that the commission is granted the ability to adopt rules as necessary to carry out the intent and provisions of ORS 475C005 to 475C.525, and 475C 540 to 475-586, including rules that the commission considers necessary to protect the public health and safety. And this is citing ORS 475.017. Sorry.
I was just looking for lay terms. I mean.
Yeah,
well, it's just-
if we're publishing rules to protect the public health and safety, and someone is demonstrating that they are not following the specific rules that we have determined to be requiring for them to be a safe actor in our environment, then specifically they are dangerous on that level, and dangerous because they're ignoring rules generally proven now to be a rule ignorer. How's that for a lay term?
And you didn't want Mr. Portnoy's bad activity to continue on to the.
He had a poor record of compliance, and we don't want that connected with the new licensing.
He had, I think, 7 violations that Portnoy did. We don't need the numbers. Don't worry about that. I just wanted. Do you remember?
3 Cat 1s, 2 Cat 2s, and 2 Cat 3s, if I have that correctly.
Okay.
Mr. Portnoy's record.
And what were those around? Can you tell me?
I believe those wouldn't be relevant to the record because this would be a matter that affects the licensee current and not the licensee previous.
Right.
And that it's a disconnected matter. And in his settlement agreement, licensee Aranha accepted that these conditions exist. The denial basis was overcome by accepting these restrictions, and that for the purpose of our.
Thank you. And was Mr. Aranha cooperative? Was he combative? Was there mitigating circumstances at all?
No mitigating circumstances were found by the ALJ or proposed. I mean, an attitude of cooperative. Upon being pointed out, he removed Mr. Portnoy from Metric, and we know of no other UID tags. In other realms of being compliant, I mean, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Right. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Mr. Carter.
Do we know if there was any type of prior relationship between Portnoy and the licensee?
It came out during the hearing that they had a previous working relationship. Portnoy believed he trusted Aranha. It's one of the statements.
I don't believe that was said at the hearing.
I believe it was.
Okay, well, I object. That's not on the record.
I didn't hear.
There's nothing in the record though.
Nothing in the record to suggest that there was a prior relationship.
Okay.
Mr. Nadell, could you repeat what you said about the?
They had previously worked together, and Mr. Portnoy believed he trusted Mr. Aranha, was information that he stated on the record during his testimony.
And I believe that. I don't recall that testimony. So I don't think it can be considered.
Go ahead.
I will disregard that if it's not in the record, but I did want to know if going through this, if I missed that there had been some connection or prior relationship between the two of them, because I do think that would be important. He was prior employee.
Yeah. What was Mr. Aranha's experience in operating a marijuana plant or operation grow?
And I think the record is absent on that too.
It's not. He stated he had previously worked on one. I mean, the duration it was unknown, but he was not unfamiliar with the industry.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner?
All right. Thank you, Chair Doherty, commissioners. As you know, my name is Kevin Jacoby, and I represent the attorney for the licensee, Augusto Aranha, who does business as CJ Operator. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have of me at any point during my remarks, so please feel free to interrupt. Before I go into my arguments on the exceptions to the proposed order, I'd like to give you a little bit of background. As my colleague stated, Mr. Aranha obtained his outdoor producer license in May of 2022. He fully disclosed in his licensing application, which OLCC licensing staff reviewed and approved, that he had modest means when he started his business. He began with his business with only $7,500 in funding. And as noted, he obtained his license when the previous licensee to Kilmer Road operator surrendered its license in connection with an enforcement proceeding. This license is situated on a property with another licensee operated by his brother, Lucas Aranha. And the neighboring property has 2 other licenses on it. And for one of those neighboring licenses, Augusto also serves as the manager for one of those licenses. The evidence at the hearing established that this license, Augusto's license, is the only one with restrictions relating to the activity of Mr. Portnoff, although Mr. Portnoff serves as the landlord for all 4 of the licenses in this area. In addition, the testimony at the hearing was that Lucas Aranha and Augusto Aranha were understood that as operators of 2 licenses on the same tax lot, there were some restrictions on their interactions between each other. There's restrictions there's rules about, but surrounding that, they had received a lot of counseling from their inspector surrounding that issue. So they testified that they believed that their restrictions between each other were similar, were essentially the same as the restrictions as their dealings with Mr. Portnoff. And I think that's important. I think it's a stretch to argue that Mr. Aranha ignored the license restrictions here. The evidence was that he was aware of the license restrictions, but he had a misunderstanding as to their
Are you
effect.
saying that Mr. Portnoff was actually paying for other licensees?
Yes.
As well?
Yes, the evidence was at the time that Mr. Portnoff paid for the metric tags. He also paid for metric tags for the 3 other licenses one on the same tax lot and the 2 other licenses on the neighboring property. So these were, it was essentially, the evidence was that Augusto and Lucas went to Mr. Portnoff and said, we don't have any money and we need tags. And we need tags now. And will you purchase them for them for all 4 of the licenses? So so backing up on the restrictions. So Lucas and Augusto understood that they had restrictions in their interactions with each other. They had received specific counseling from their inspector, Chris Montesino, that despite those restrictions, they could order tags for each other. And so the mistake that happened was because they believed that the restrictions up between them were similar, the same in kind as the restrictions with Mr. Portnoff, that allowance for them to order tags for each other carried over to Mr. Portnoff. It was a misunderstanding. And it was a misunderstanding that as soon as literally the same day that the inspector said, I don't think Mr. Portnoff could do that for you, Augusto immediately stopped. He immediately removed him from metric. Recall also, in order to purchase metric tags, the person purchasing has to be entered into metric. So it is so in any event. So the issue in this case is whether the evidence at the hearing was sufficient to find that Augusto violated the license restrictions when within a few months of his licensure, he asked his landlord for help in purchasing metric plant tags. And if so, whether cancellation is the appropriate sanction. And I just want to back up. Purchasing tags from metric presents a hardship for many licensees. Metric tags can only be purchased online with a credit card. With federal prohibition, licensees' banking opportunities are limited. And the evidence in this case established that new licensees like Mr. Aranha have no opportunity for banking. The only credit unions in this state who will work with cannabis businesses have a minimum 6-month waiting period, and they won't even let you apply it till you have your license. So, what this means is that new licensees are frequently unbanked. Yet they are required by OLCC rules to pay for metric tags with some form of bank account. Most licensees get around this by tapping their personal bank or credit accounts, which incidentally puts their personal accounts at risk of closure, or seeking the help of friends, family members, employees, and yes, even landlords to purchase tags for them. The evidence that was the only evidence on the point of Commissioner Floyd's question was that it is not uncommon for landlords to purchase metric tags. It is, and it is even more common for landlords to request view-only access to metric. So because landlords have an interest in ensuring that their tenants are operating compliantly.
Can I ask you a question here?
Yeah.
Did he also buy tags for Ernesto?
Lucas?
Did Mr. Portnoff buy, is it Ernesto or Lucas?
Lucas is the brother.
Lucas is the brother, excuse
Yeah.
me. Did he buy tags for Lucas?
Yes, at the same time.
So Lucas had no restrictions on his license.
Right.
For
Yes.
Portnoff to purchase tags.
There are 4 licenses in this immediate vicinity, and Augusto's license is the only one that has these restrictions.
Are they all Mr. Portnoff's
tenants? Yes.
Did you pay for all of them?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to the fact, not an evidence for all 4 of them. The only evidence
That is absolutely an evidence.
no, it's only Lucas.
That is absolutely an evidence. It was testified to by Lucas Aranja, by Augusto Aranja, and by Mr. Portnoff himself.
I just have to stop here because this is what's been bothering me about this case is this guy, and even more so than I'm trying to envision myself as a common sense person. Am I going to give, say, $5,750 for a license fee? Just, give money to people, buy tags. And I'm trying to envision, I don't do that or I would think people don't do that unless there's some sort of investment or gain for them. There's got to be a motivation here. And so it's really that is the problem for me, is that I don't see any evidence here. So they testify, for example, that he did it and was seeking reimbursement. And every time he said he's seeking reimbursement. And so my question to you is there anything in the record that shows these people were actively making payments back, or that there was a loan or interest or a promissory note or written anything? Because it looks more like to me like a gift or an investment rather than a loan. There's nothing.
So there is evidence in the record. Both Mr. Portnoff and Mr. Aranja testified that Mr. Portnoff received reimbursement within a few weeks, I think in a matter of 6 weeks. So the tags were. So I think it's important to note that these plant tags are required to be applied to growing plants once they reach 36 inches. So the evidence from both Mr. Aranja and his brother Lucas was that the plants that they put in the ground were growing at a faster clip than they anticipated. So they found themselves having to purchase plant tags earlier than they anticipated, and they did not have the revenue for it. So it was so they asked their landlord for a short-term bridge loan that was reimbursed at post-harvest. These are outdoor producers, so there's typically only one harvest per year. And the evidence was that he was reimbursed. There was, I think, going back to Mr. Nadel's argument that Mr. Aranja received this business that he received it for no cost and that he paid no rent. that wasn't the evidence that was presented at the hearing. The evidence was that there was an agreement for delayed payment, payment out of profits. During this time period, though, during this very early time period, there were no profits because the harvest hadn't occurred yet. So, there is no evidence that this is not an arm's length relationship, landlord-tenant relationship. So the evidence is that this is a landlord that is interested in ensuring that their tenants have tags so that they can operate compliantly.
How do we know that, that he's gonna get paid out of the profits? How do we know that they didn't say, hey, I want a little extra out of the profits for helping you out? And how do we know that this is not going on?
So we know what that question was not asked in the hearing, so there was no evidence that was elicited by the commission. So essentially, so essentially that's speculation on this record. So and I want to be clear that it is the legal requirement is that OLCC, this body, this commission, has to act based on substantial evidence that's in the record. So if there are questions that are outstanding that you believe that are important, the remedy is to send it back to the ALJ for additional fact finding.
Sure. So there's proof of payment, there's repayment.
The proof was the form of testimony. Yes.
But no receipts, proof of payment.
I don't believe that there were written receipts.
Okay.
I don't think there were written receipts generated, which is not uncommon in this history, which is.
So when the landlord receives payment for rent or lease, how is that documented?
So, there is an evidence in the record about these questions weren't raised at the hearing, unfortunately. And part of the reason why these questions weren't raised was because the violations were established under the summary determination proceedings. So we didn't get from my perspective, I believe that procedure was error because I believe there were disputes of fact where these issues could have come out in a full hearing had, because the hearing that we had was just on the penalty. So anything that related to the actual violation was ruled by the ALJ to be irrelevant, already decided. So that's part of the limitation that we have with this record is we do not have a full explanation of all of the circumstances.
Chair, if I could, Mr. Jacoby, I was just wondering about, you had mentioned earlier in the presentation concerning a misunderstanding that your client had CG operators in connection with the tagging and purchasing the tagging, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was there anything in the record as to any misunderstanding as to the settlement agreement, which is the exhibit, OLCC Exhibit 2? Was anything elicited in the record as to how that was misunderstood, if it was?
No. So Mr. Aranha did not. There wasn't any misunderstanding as to the settlement agreement with the restrictions. Mr. Aranha read over the restrictions, understood them. The misunderstanding was in the application of the restrictions, right? So it was in the interpretation of the restrictions. The restrictions, I will point out, do not say Mr. Portnoff may not order plant tags for you.
Does it say, though, that Mr. Portnoff shall not take part in providing any services to the business?
Yes, and that's the question. Is ordering plant tags a service? Mr. Aranha testified, and he provided evidence in the summary determination proceeding that he didn't see that as a service. He may have seen it as a personal favor to him, but he didn't view it as a service because he was being reimbursed. It was not, and he didn't give him more money. He didn't provide him with more consideration, which would have been more indicative of the service. And it wasn't participating in the operations. He didn't feel he was participating in the operations.
But without Mr. Portnoff's contribution, could they continue the operation?
Yes, they could have continued the operation, but they would have been in violation of the of the plant tagging rule, which was a category 4 violation. So in order to, which he didn't anticipate, or he didn't appreciate that. If a rational actor would have said, if I have a choice between a category 1 violation and a category 4 violation, of course I'm going to take the category 4. And you know, in retrospect, me as a lawyer, I wish he would have done that. But would that have created a risk to public health and safety? Yes, you would have had mature marijuana plants without tags. But that's the irony of this case, is that by avoiding it and ensuring that his plants were tagged, he's now facing license cancellation. And I think there's an issue of equity. There's an issue of fairness, and an issue of just proportionality that is missing in this case. And so on that note,
What's the equity issue?
the equity issue is that, well, I'm talking about it's an inequitable result to cancel a license because he engaged in a category 1 violation in order to avoid a category 4 violation. That result is inequitable. I mean that as a broad legal term, not as a, you know, substitute for any other consideration. But that is the language of the rule.
Sure. Is there anyone or any entity that your client could have gone to for advice on his dilemma? Because clearly it was a dilemma.
Yeah. So the evidence in the record was that he went to his brother Lucas because they were both experiencing the same dilemma at the same time. They considered his brother Lucas did not have money in his bank
Oh,
account.
excuse me, I meant an official entity, like is there a spokesman or someone who he could have gone to within the agency?
Oh.
Or you,
Yeah. Well, I didn't represent him at the time, so
or a lawyer?
yeah, I could have gone to a lawyer, but if
Or
again,
to someone in the agency who wouldn't charge him?
he could have spoken with his inspector beforehand. I think there was I suppose he could have spoken to his inspector, but I don't know whether he considered that as an opportunity because there's not evidence in the record of that.
Is there evidence in the record that he was represented in meeting in agreeing to the settlement agreement? Or the
Yes.
Yes, there is. So there is evidence in the record that suggests that he was represented at the time of the settlement agreement, which was in September of 2021. So if we're now into July of 2022, when he has limited means, he has very little money to his name. The evidence in the record is was that his brother his bank account was overdrawn, his credit cards were maxed out at this time. They considered asking friends and family who are out of state to provide them with a bridge loan or some kind of thing. They rejected that because they did not want to they didn't want to touch out of state issues. So the only other option that they had who was in state was their landlord. And so that's what the evidence is. But so let's see. But they didn't understand in doing so that he would be violating his license restrictions. So OLCC's rules provide that the recommended sanctions, the presumptive sanctions in the rules for a category 1, which is cancellation, are guidelines only. And that this body may decrease a sanction to prevent inequity or to take account of the particular circumstances of the case. The proposed order determines that you may cancel this license, but it's up to you to determine whether you should. I submit that there are a host of reasons why canceling this license under these circumstances would be inequitable, and would be bad public policy. Cancellation of this license under these circumstances would be inequitable because the proposed order does find that licensee has no prior history of violations. That's no prior history and no post history either. The proposed order finds that he was responsive and cooperative with OLCC's investigation and that never denied his landlord's involvement with ordering plant tenants. He did not try to hide it. So as soon as he learned from his inspector that there was any question that he may have violated these restrictions, he immediately removed Portnoy from his metric and ceased relying on him to purchase UID tags. Now, there is evidence in the record that since that time, which was October of 2022, he went on to purchase plant tags four other times between that time and the hearing without any involvement by Mr. Portnoy. He has proceeded at all times since then, which is now around nearly 2 years, in strict compliance with his license restrictions without issue. It's also important to note the licensee was not counseled on OLCC's interpretation of the restrictions before he sought his landlord's assistance in ordering plant tags. He was not given a warning or an opportunity to correct after the inspector alerted him to the potential violation, and he was never once presented with an opportunity to settle this case for less than full license cancellation.
Based on no consideration of any settlement. This hearing.
Making this argument, he was never once presented with an opportunity to settle this case for less than full license cancellation or surrender, despite my repeated invitation to do so. I don't know why. OLCC staff have repeatedly expressed to this body an education-first approach to compliance issues, but this licensee was never afforded that approach, and I don't know why. OLCC staff have vigorously sought cancellation for his first and only set of violations, and I don't know why. Another particular circumstance in this case is the fact that Portnoy was restricted due to an allegation that he had a poor record of compliance with, while previously licensed. However, Portnoy received a judicial ruling that OLCC's, this is in the record.
Based on the fact that it was held out of the record.
It is in the record. It's been submitted as an offer of proof. Portnoy received a judicial ruling that OLCC's determination that he had a poor record of compliance was made without substantial evidence. That ruling undermines the legal basis for the restrictions in the first place. License cancellation is the ultimate sanction that by statute is reserved only for those activities that create a genuine risk to public health or safety. To cancel this license based on a misunderstanding of the license restrictions, a misunderstanding that it was immediately corrected once it was pointed out, is inequitable. To cancel this license when the violation occurred in order to avoid another lesser violation is supremely inequitable. Under these circumstances presented here, to the extent any sanction is warranted, this body should impose a lesser sanction than cancellation, allow the licensee to pay a fine and continue with his business rather than destroy it. It's also worth noting that cancellation of this license will be unnecessarily chaotic. This is an outdoor producer license that is currently in production with over 10,000 growing plants in its inventory today, 4,000 of which are currently in flower, scheduled to be harvested later this month, or to begin harvesting later this month. Canceling an outdoor producer license in the middle of the production cycle is probably the single most destructive thing this agency can do. Other licensees in this supply chain rely on this license, this license's product, and will be harmed if this product is unavailable due to cancellation right now.
Mr. Jacoby, did that evidence come in the record that the existing crop yield would be subject to destruction?
No, that's
everything was limited in time to the duration when this occurred. So anything about now is off the record.
So this is my argument. This is my argument as far as what the effect of cancellation will be. It's not evidence that I'm submitting. Let me be clear. But even if you think that the circumstances warrant cancellation, I will ask that this licensee be given some runway to complete his current production cycle in a few months before that cancellation goes into effect. Further, if there is to be a cancellation, I have been instructed by my client to seek judicial review in the Court of Appeals and seek a stay of the final order pending that judicial review so that he can remain in business until the final order is reviewed. A stay is required by statute when the licensee faces irreparable harm and has presented a colorable claim of error in the order. This is not a terribly difficult standard to meet under these circumstances. However, it can take 30 to 45 days for a motion to stay to be briefed and decided. So at a minimum, I ask that if a final order does require cancellation, that it include a delayed implementation of that cancellation by at least 30 to 45 days to allow that motion to stay to be heard and decided. Turning to the legal issues. As I've set forth in my exceptions to the proposed order, there are some serious legal issues with selecting cancellation as a sanction here. The statute 475C.265(3)A provides that this commission may revoke a license only when the conduct poses a significant risk to public health or safety. So I've argued that language, that specific language, requires a finding of fact that is absent from the proposed order. The difficulty with which Mr. Nadel could even articulate an argument for significant risk to public health and safety shows that this is not a case where the conduct itself, the ordering of UID tags in violation of a restriction, posed a significant risk to public health and safety. In fact, it did the opposite. And the statute is a clear legislative restriction on the circumstances in which this agency may cancel a license. In fact, when the statute was the legislative history of the statute includes testimony from Mr. Evans stating exactly that. The intent is to restrict the types of cases that we can see cancellation in. The conduct here posed no risk to public health or safety, significant or insignificant. To the contrary, the conduct resulted in the plants being tracked and metric with UID tags when they otherwise wouldn't have been. In the absence of a finding of a significant risk to public health or safety, supported by substantial evidence in the record, cancellation of this license will be a fundamental legal error that could wind up being irreversible. So I do ask that the proposed order not be adopted. In this case, be sent back to the Administrative Hearings Department for a settlement with the payment of a fine, which my client is more than willing to do. And that will conclude my remarks for today. You all have any more questions?
I have a question here. Back when you said that Mr. Ranha, upon finding out or being notified that Mr. Portnoff could not be listed, he pulled him off as employment. Did he subsequently put it back on after that?
No.
Okay.
The evidence was that Mr. Montesino had a conversation with Mr. Ranha on October 5th, 2022, and the metric records show that that Mr. Portnoff's metric privileges were revoked that same day and were not reinstated thereafter.
And in your opinion, does Mr. Ranha, he's willing and has the ability to operate this facility?
Yes, he has.
Next to the public.
It's so since the evidence was that since October 5th, 2022, he has had no problem ordering metric tags and otherwise conducting his operations compliantly without Mr. Portnoff's involvement.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner.
So when just a question, so on, the retail services side of things, we have a thing called, we require a statement of funding, right? So that we can demonstrate that the employee or the new licensee, prospective licensee, will have, you know, sufficient funding is available to operate the business, right? Keep the lights on, pay employees, cover the rent. Do we not have that on the licensing side of things? Do we not look at it?
I mean, I know there are forms taken into account asking for what accounts are available to the licensee when they propose. We see that information come in. I can't say I'm familiar with what standards are required when going through that process. I would need to
So we
consult with
We don't know
licensing.
the minimum bar of entry.
I would need to consult with licensing about what a minimum financial amount.
But licensing gave them the license
Licensing gave him a license, yes, that
with,
is, with restrictions.
well, of course, but, he,
I'll also add, the statements that evidence for that he had $7,500. The licensing, the licensed premises had the equipment and everything up and ready to go. His expenses, as testified in the hearing, were gas and tools. He was not paying rent, nor was rent accruing, like in some sort of amount that he would be paid extra. That was stated explicitly on the record.
Not true.
and that's not uncommon in the business world, right? You know, you wait till you're the operator. In this case, it's a little interesting. It's different, say on the cannabis side of things, and for as a bar restaurant where you've got immediate working capital. You know, you got your Friday night sales, you got your Saturday night sales, you got immediate working capital. In this case, in cannabis, you got to wait till that first harvest. So
I'll also say it's a different situation specifically because not having a lease agreement is creating of an ownership interest explicitly by rules.
I'm sorry, there's no evidence that there was.
I guess I disagree with that because, you know, you can have a renter, as a landlord, you know, you might set some provisions and wait for them to get the doors open. Who knows what that looked like?
And
but
that may be,
there's
but in
nothing wrong.
marijuana rule, it says that creates an ownership interest by the real property owner.
Not the case
Because
at all. I object to this.
it's in the rules.
It's not
Okay.
in the rules.
Here,
Commissioner,
Um,
can you explain why it appeared that the restrictions were only on one licensee?
yes, so, the real property has been owned, by entities ending in Matthew Portnoy, as the ultimate owner of whatever subsidiary corporation he's from. But with a single tax lot, you can't have multiple licenses on a tax lot owned by the same licensee. They all actually have to be owned by different licensees. So while he's the owner of the real property, the only license he owned on this tax lot, the one for which the sale surrender went through and a new owner came in, was Mr. Aranha's purchase of what would become CJ Operator. So it was the only opportunity to impose restrictions out of these, for this case, in this instance. So that's why this tax lot with the license on the same tax lot owned by Lucas Aranha did not have these same restrictions because we were in a position where there was a handoff to impose it.
I'm just, my question is just making sure that there wasn't any targeting going on. And
No, it was the
Okay.
transaction between the person with a poor record of compliance and still maintaining a. I was expecting Mr. Jacoby to actually address his exceptions in his statements, and so I have responses to some of them, if I can beg the indulgence of the commission, and a response to some of the statements made by Mr. Jacoby. Mr. Jacoby, very quickly running through, in finding of fact 7, takes exception and asks to include a statement that it's not uncommon for landlords to purchase UIDs for their licensed tenants, that this was in the testimony of Amy Margolis. I listened to that testimony 3 times, that statement is not in there, so I would ask you not to change it. Finding of fact 8, the testimony by Mr. Montesino for what becomes finding fact 8 is that there is he uses the example in his testimony of a janitorial service being listed as CTS users because they come in repeatedly and basically have some agency at the property. So it's whether someone needs to be an employee to be a CTS user. The examples given uphold with the current status of how we're holding Mr. Portnoff's use of the agency to function on behalf of the business in the same way a janitorial service could come in and clean a property. I don't think there's any need to make the changing to finding of fact 8 because it is consistent with what's going on. The finding fact 10, that the plants were growing faster than expected is not a relevant fact in this hearing. And it's for the reason you said, Commissioner Floyd, is that there's no expected revenue from this process until harvest. There is no point at which the plants wouldn't grow to need a UID tag at some point with no revenue stream from this business. So that it's sooner rather than later is an irrelevant fact. It's a whether or not something is going to happen that the licensee needs to be prepared for. This actually loops back around to the hardship on the licensee and the hardships imposed on the licensee. The restrictions in this case did not impose a hardship on the licensee. The economic conditions of starting out can be rough. And yes, that is a hardship to deal with for new licensees who don't have big bankrolls behind them, funding them and getting them propped up. But this was not an unknown proposition. And the only thing he could not do, this licensee, was turn to Mr. Portnoff, which is the thing he repeatedly did, from going to them for the $5,000 plus licensing payment, which there's no evidence on the record that that was repaid. The only repayments were made for the UID tags.
There's no evidence on the record, objection, there's no evidence on the record that that was repaid because that was dismissed.
But there is evidence on the record that that was actually paid by Mr. Portnoff.
But it was, that is a dismissed, I object to this, that was a dismissed charge.
There's also the fact that he got the license for free, handed to him.
That, I
no
object to
value.
that too, that
That
is
was
absolutely, that is
explicitly
an
in the record.
argument, that is not evidence.
That was evidence in the record from both Mr. Portnoff and Mr.
No,
Portnoff.
that, no. We can pull up the transcript if you want.
Finding fact 13, the exception taken, as mentioned, we added the exhibit, so that's no longer deficient. It is now substantiated. Because that exists,
I would like to
finding
be
fact
heard.
14
I would like to be heard
also
on-
now supports. Finding of fact,
Can I be heard on, and I have an objection to the change of finding of fact 13 because exhibit G and the affidavit of Sheehy were not presented at the hearing and are not in evidence in this hearing.
The motion of summary determination was accepted as part of the evidentiary record.
Yes,
That
but
was-
exhibit G and affidavit of Sheehy are not in the record.
They were in the record, the motion of summary determination.
On the record for this hearing.
Moving along, for finding of fact 19.
So, Mr. Kirby, what, I understand, so I do a summary judgment in short. I understand that the court's ruling on that decision, summary judgment order, is part of the record if we go to trial. So I'm misunderstanding why you think that if it was part of the summary determination, why it isn't.
So we have, so the proposed order cites only to evidence that was received at the hearing. On the sanction. The proposed order made a finding of fact that that referenced an exhibit that didn't support the finding of fact. And now they are, so now staff is proposing to reference an exhibit that was not received at the hearing before this ALJ. There were two different ALJs. That was to support the finding of fact that the second ALJ made in support of the sanction. So that
So you're saying that
there were two different.
determination that was already made by an ALJ judge, that you're saying that that doesn't exist now because it
So
was
if it-
actually brought into the hearing.
So I'm saying that the ALJ, that the second ALJ Fair can rely on exhibit A24. That's in the record. I don't object to that. My objection is only Exhibit G and the affidavit of Sheehy are not in the record and for the
Put it in
hearing.
the record. In that order.
It's in the-
I'm gonna go with, yeah, page 3, evidentiary rulings. As part of the ruling on motion for summary determination, the following documents are also part of the evidentiary record. Declaration of Michael Shine, affidavits of Michael Shine, TJ Sheehy, and Chris Montesino, and exhibits A through L. These are all part of the proposed order. They have been incorporated into the judgment. They are here in the document proposed before you.
My objection still stands. They were not received at the hearing and I was not given any opportunity to cross-examine any of the witnesses who provided that testimony.
So
So
for someone who's not legal, I mean, is that something that we really should understand?
if I may, I'm making objections for this
For the
record.
record.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
so
I'm just, yeah.
because it's becoming confusing.
I'm not expecting you to rule on any of the objections that I'm making. I'm only making them for the record because this will go up on the meeting.
For me, not a lot, whatever it's especially.
Oh,
Clear to know if there was settlement discussion.
Roger?
Thank you. Our attorney is listening online, Christy Monson. I would suggest those would be good in the recess that's on the agenda
Yeah.
to discuss those items with DOJ. I think we've established that pretty well.
Any other questions?
If I may, I have no objection to, so normally when there's settlement discussions that become relevant, it's one party or the other may have some objection to considering it, but I, on behalf of licensing, have no objections to this commission considering or discussing whether settlement discussions occurred.
Okay. All right, we're going to convene here. The commission will temporarily recess its public meeting to discuss contested cases under ORS 183.417 and as authorized under ORS 192.690. All right, OLCC Commission is back in session. And after consideration, we do have a motion regarding the case in front of us.
Chair,
Commissioner?
I move to adopt the proposed order in the matter of license number 101-839-7756B for marijuana producer license held by Augusto Arana, doing business as DJ Operators as the final order with the modification to finding of fact number 13 and 19 as proposed by commission staff. The modification to recognize that the commission may choose not to apply the oceanside factors in the future. The commission's determination that applicants' exceptions are not persuasive and that the final order is effective 45 days from the date.
Second. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? We have the roll, please.
Commissioner Chowry,
Yes.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
No.
Commissioner Glenn,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yeah.
Commissioner Doherty.
Yes. Good. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and your efforts here. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair,
Still spirits now? Yes.
I'm wondering if you want to flip it so that the folks waiting for the presentations.
Sure. So we're,
Is that okay?
hold up
It's
on
their
the
turn.
still spirits.
Let's get the
Oh, I see.
warehouse.
Go to retail. Services, sure.
I'm going to.
Good afternoon,
Bob?
Chair Commissioners. I'm Paul Rosno, currently serving as the Assistant Director of Retail Services. And I'm before you today with some store changeovers. We've got 3. I will start with store 10 or 1133 Silver Lake. And we do have a couple virtual today, and this is one of them. Do you know if we have them online?
Yes, and I just gave them access, so they should be popping up here, hopefully. Let me check one more thing.
Silver Lake first.
Silver Lake, yeah, 11:33.
Jared, are you able to unmute and share your camera? Okay.
If he's not ready, we might be able to get 1071.
Okay, just 1 second, then I see them. Now I gotta make him a presenter. I gotta do it in steps.
Okay,
So Jared, you should.
Hello.
There he is.
there we go.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah,
It's not you.
All right.
I'm here.
Chair and Commissioners, we have 11:33 Silver Lake online. This is a permanent appointment. He's been in place since August of 2023, running the business here. And he was appointed as temporary agent due to retirement of the previous agent. And this is Fast Break of Oregon LLC, represented by Jared Staub and his manager. And I will let him take it away and tell you what he's done there. And do we have a timekeeper set up for Mr. Staub?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Jared Staub, Ed Staub and Sons being the parent company. Fast Break of Oregon LLC is our convenience store chain, and we are seeking permanency for OLCC license at Silver Lake. We've been in that community for a very long time, dating back to late 90s as a fuel distributor. And at the Silver Lake store also, we've been around for about 30 years now, close to it in that community. But I guess a little bit about us, or again, I don't want to waste your time. I'm not sure exactly what you want to hear. I'm not the local manager. Carrie Mace is on the meeting as well. Carrie knows the ins and the outs of that store. She's there frequently. She lives in Christmas Valley, like 10 or 11 miles away. And she's the one that's been behind this store carrying liquor now.
I'll have to stop sharing and give Carrie access.
Okay.
Did you say the last name is Lake?
Mace, M-A-C-E.
There's just one applicant.
Just, okay. I think if she's not here, we can have Jared just give an overview of what he's done there.
I was planning on Carrie. She's been on the call all morning. I've been texting her back and forth, so I'm not sure why she's not there at the moment. But she has the presentation, the slideshow that we put together for this. So it's going to take me a second to coordinate that if she's not on the call anymore.
Oh, here she is.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, Carrie, you should be able to talk and share your camera.
Yes, now I can get in there.
Okay. All right, Carrie, I don't know if you can see what I'm sharing, but if you want to just tell me when you want me to flip, I will run.
Perfect. Yes, my name is Carrie Mace. And Silver Lake is one of the 3 towns in our North Lake community. I was raised in Fort Rock, and now I live in Christmas Valley, where I raised my children and now enjoy my grandchildren. The 3 communities share one school right in the middle, North Lake High School. And so I've been in this community my entire life. I began working in Christmas Valley Market January 1st of 96 as a cashier fuel attendant, and have been working in the convenience store ever since. March 2007 is when Ed Staub and Sons Fast Break purchased the store I was working in, and I became the store manager there. And then August of 2021, I was promoted to an area manager, where I began overseeing a couple stores, Silver Lake being one of them. So I've been part of the community volunteering and being in the community my entire life. Next page, please. So to get ready for the liquor, we brought in a storage container so that we could secure our backstock. And we had a liquor sign installed on the front of the store. Next slide, please. Inside, we built lighted shelving to go behind the register. It has doors on it to secure it because we are a very small store and have very few employees. So, and then, so now we pay close attention to the movement of the product. We've been getting rid of products that are very slow movers, bringing in a lot of product that customers are requesting. It's really helped our display and our sales. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, goodness. And then we upgraded our cooler set not too long ago, made all new walk-in coolers for our beverages and beer. And then the next product or the next project that we're going to have is we're going to add another 12-foot run of more grocery and et cetera, just to have more add-on sales, more reason for customers to come in our doors. And that's all that I'm aware of at this time. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jared. Jared, anything else from you?
No, I know Carrie's taken this pretty seriously. She's an excellent store operator for us. She oversees the whole central division of our chain of stores, which is probably a double-digit count now. She's got her hands full, but she's very good at what she does. I know she's very, very committed to this. In the previous meeting we had with Dave, I think it was, she knows what she's doing when it comes to inventory control, making sure that we're not serving underage and we're not serving the intoxicated.
Right. Well, thank you for the presentation. I want to ask, there's been a drop in sales. You've put in some improvements. Has there been some growth in sales? Because the last 2 years, I think sales have been going down at that store. And I'm curious to see.
How long have we been carrying the liquor, actually, Carrie?
I think we got it in August is when we moved it from the previous store to our store. And I've been watching numbers and we've had some good days, and it looks like last month was up from the previous month, so which could just be summer growth as well. But I know we're definitely listening to our customers and trying to, we're getting rid of things that we haven't sold in a year or two and bringing in product that customers are asking for and making sure that we're keeping it fully stocked.
Okay. And the second question is, how much will you be at the store? It seems like you're going to be there on a very limited basis. Mr. Staub, you're not going to be there much at all. How are you staffing the store?
The store has a store manager, and then she has her entire crew. I'm there 1 day a week. Most of the time, there's been a couple weeks that I missed, but I'm usually there 1 day a week at least to help with keeping an inventory accurate. And like we did in March when we had our inventory, we were 1 bottle over. It was a very good inventory. Yeah. So we work really hard to make sure that our inventory is correct. And then I check in on her orders and etc.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners?
Chair, I would make a motion, please.
Okay, please make your motion.
I move to appoint Fast Break of Oregon LLC, Jared Staub as the permanent agent of store 1133 Silver Lake effective August 2024.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Let me take the roll, please.
Commissioner Chowry?
Yes.
Commissioner Curran?
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn?
Yes.
Commissioner Javon Porter?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes?
Yes.
Commissioner Warren?
Yes.
Chair Doherty?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrie and Jared, thank you for being on. And Carrie, it's great to have a local presence like yours in this area. I know this area because I used to drive to Lakeview quite a bit. So I just wanted to just please make sure and make a point of emphasis, checking IDs. We were just talking earlier this morning that when we do minor decoys, and we will do minor decoys at liquor stores or licensees, they're down a little bit. And so just please, Carrie, I know that you care about this community. Just please make a point of emphasis with your staff to check IDs, please. Yeah.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll have to go back.
Thank you. Congrats.
No.
Congratulations.
The last one.
Just for.
The last one.
Chair and Commissioners, next up, we have store 1071 and Halfway, represented by Ms. Holly Gallimore, and I'm hoping she is online with us.
Hi there.
Halfway.
Who's been to Halfway?
Gosh. Barely.
We got her pulled up.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Let's see, 1071 Halfway is also a temporary to permanent appointment, just one applicant you're hearing from today. Ms. Galloway has been the temporary agent since 2002, which was due to a resignation of the current agent, or the previous agent, I should say, and I'll let Ms. Gallimore take it away and tell you what she's done there.
Now, you guys have my slideshow, right?
Yeah.
Yep, we're just pulling it up.
Okay, perfect. I was gonna say good morning, but now it's not morning anymore. So my name is Holly Gallimore. I've owned and operated the liquor store in Halfway, Oregon since September. Are we ready?
Yes, please go.
Oh, sorry. Since September 2022. I am the one applying for the permanent sales agent. However, in our management team, we have my husband Dustin and myself, both bringing valuable skills and experience to the table. I'm a very driven and detail-oriented businesswoman, a real mover and shaker in the community. My husband is not only an exceptional salesman, but also my handyman. These skills allow us to handle various tasks efficiently. Together, we have accumulated a wealth of experience in owning and operating small businesses totaling 20 years. I take charge of the majority of the day-to-day operations while Dustin works in the store when needed and available. Next slide. Halfway Sober Liquor Store is conveniently situated in a high-traffic area on Main Street. This prime location efficiently serves Halfway residents and visiting tourists Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. I would like to add here that we are in the process of updating the signage to a bigger lighted sign that will increase visibility. One of the most heard comments in the winter is that customers are not sure if we are open, so hopefully this will eliminate that problem. Next slide. Since acquiring the store in 2022, we have significantly changed the look and the feel of the store to be more inviting and interesting. We ensure that our store remains clean, organized, and well-stocked with a diverse inventory to cater to both our local customers and those visiting our area. As you can see, the updated shelving is very attractive and much larger to accommodate a larger selection of liquor. Next slide. Other changes we have made is first moving the minis to this very attractive LED lighted glass display. When we purchased the store, the mini shelf was a vertical wooden shelf in the corner where the little table and stepladder are located in this first picture. At the time, customers were allowed access to this shelf. In this new display, customers must request the minis, making them more secure. This new display also allowed us to add some new options for our customers. This glass display is very much the focus when checking out and has increased the mini sales within our store. My personal favorite update has been moving and reorganizing the overflow and stock rooms. When we purchased the store, the unopened cases were stored in 2 different rooms. Half of the unopened cases were kept along one side of the overflow room where we now have our unrelated merchandise storage. You can see this in the middle picture. And half of the unopened cases were stored along the right side of the third picture. We added the shelving system along the back of the third picture to ensure all unopened cases are stored in one room. This change has really streamlined the freight and inventory management. Next slide. We have also more than quadrupled the unrelated merchandise by adding a gift shop, which has increased foot traffic in the store. Customers love the selection and are very impressed by the large selection of liquor in such a small town. Within our store, we collaborate with 10 local artists, craftsmen, and apparel consigners. This collaboration brings an exciting array of products to our customers, while again increasing foot traffic within the store. By supporting local talent and businesses, we contribute to the growth and vibrancy of our community. Next slide. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities of operating a business in a very small town, we aim to maintain a strong foothold in the local market and continue to build loyal customer base while positioning our business for sustainable growth and conducting responsible liquor sales. Halfway is where I was born and raised, and then came back to 20 years later to raise my family. Owning a thriving business and giving back to the community is a true American dream and what truly fuels me. Thank you for your time and for this opportunity.
And thank you very much. Great presentation. A couple of questions. I gotta say, how did we get Halfway Sober as the name of this liquor store?
The prior owners named it that when they purchased it, and when I bought the store, it was just something I chose would be a good thing to keep. It's such a tongue-in-cheek, catchy name that.
Oh, I love it.
People might question whether it's a liquor store, but people love the merchandise.
Are they halfway sober when they're coming out or when they're
Correct.
You're not doing any food in there? I mean, after being at the Western Culinary Institute, I was hoping I could swing by for a meal. It's all
I'm not doing any food in the liquor store, no, but I also own another business that is right next door to the liquor store. That's a food truck and catering company.
Oh, great. Glad you're using your skills there. Commissioners, any questions?
Very cute.
Okay.
I just have a question about the hours of operation from
Sure.
10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Does the town sort of shut down after that?
Yes. I mean, there are many days where my first customer does not come in till 1 p.m. and pretty much after 5 p.m. I see no one. That's when I get my work done.
Excellent.
Summer changes that a lot, but in the winter, very much so.
All right. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Motion?
Chair,
Yes.
I guess being from Pendleton, Holly, I will do the motion for you. Although I don't travel a lot to that way, it is a little out of the way. It's still in Eastern Oregon Treasure, so.
That's a great place to visit. You really should.
Yeah. I move to appoint Holly Gallimore as the permanent agent of store 1071 Halfway, effective August 2023.
Second?
You second.
I second it.
You moved and seconded?
I'm done in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Then we have the roll, please.
Commissioner Chowing,
Here, yes.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter, Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Chair Doherty.
Yes. Sure. Yeah. Okay. So now we have. Next.
Fair
Thanks
Commissioner.
all.
Yeah, thanks,
The
Holly.
store, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. We have the Kenton store.
Chair and Commissioners, next up, we have store 1093 in Portland in the Kenton neighborhood. We have 3 applicants for this store due to retirement after 27 years. So thanks to the previous agent who spent so much time with us. I'm going to start out with Mr. Jacob Simmons. Have him come up and sit to my left here. See that first? Settle there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Simmons. Because we have 3 applicants, we're gonna do, we're gonna give you 7 minutes to present. When you get within 30 seconds, I'll go ahead and give you a 30-second timer. If at all we interrupt you during that time, I'll make sure to stop.
Perfect.
Next one. Jacob
Simmons.
Jacob Simmons. Thank you.
Am I good to go? Hey, good afternoon. My name is Jacob Simmons, and I'm from McMinnville, Oregon, and I'm currently the assistant manager at McMinnville North Liquor. I'm here today applying to become the liquor agent at Kenton Liquor Store 1093. I believe that I have the qualifications and experience needed that make me an ideal candidate for this opportunity. I have a foundation, the knowledge, skills, and abilities to perform the duties of a liquor store agent and owner. I know working as a liquor store agent requires great multitasking skills, which includes inventory and cash management for the OLCC, leading employees that are the face of the store, and ensuring the compliance with OLCC rules and regulations. I feel that I can excel at these aspects of the job and many others to make the Kenton Liquor Store as successful as possible. I have over 4 years of experience in the daily operations of running a liquor store from my time working at McMinnville North Liquor. This includes purchasing and receiving inventory, cash handling, payroll, training, working with licensees and representatives. This procedural knowledge can be carried over to the ownership of my own store. And working at McMinnville North Liquor has given me a strong understanding of the importance of not only customer service, but customer experience. I will train employees to ensure that customer experience is the main focus held by all staff. Using my knowledge and experience, I will enhance the store's operation, providing convenience for the residents and an enjoyable shopping experience that will keep people coming back. I plan to build a store with excellent curb appeal, a modern look and feel, and a customized branding so that patrons know that they're not just shopping at any other liquor store, but a liquor store that strives for excellence. The community has expectations of what a liquor store should be, and I want to meet and exceed these expectations. Next, please. So here's some qualifications and experiences that may aid me at my own store. I have knowledge and implementation experience with the OLCC regulations, a strong network of vendors and representatives, a strong retail background centered around customer service, and a passion for the retail business, a bachelor's degree with minors in leadership and communication, vast licensee experience, cash and inventory management skills. I'm proficient with the KMDS software that's used by most liquor stores today. And I'm able to meet the buyout costs and operating expenses needed for the store. Next, please. Here are some of the store changes that I would implement right away. As of right now, the Kenton store is operating from Monday through Saturday, 11 to 7. I would want to change those hours, an extra hour on each end, from 10 to 8, and start opening on Sundays from 11 to 6 to increase sales. I will start to update and modernize their core, seek out new licensee accounts to increase sales as well, and then rearrange products to maximize shelf space, bringing in other products like RTDs and things like that for a younger demographic. I would also want to create and expand the social media presence to draw in new customers, as well as emphasis on customer requests to carry products that you know the customer enjoys. I would also bring in more related items like mixers, beer, wine, and vermouth, cigars, promote more of a one-stop shop model for convenience for the customer. That I calculated would be about $15,000 to $20,000. I would also want to bring in new exterior signage to make the store more noticeable. That would cost about $3,000. I would want to add new backroom shelving that would cost about $8,000. And a big part to me is also increasing community involvement with things like gift baskets, donating to charities, fundraisers, and even maybe being a part of the local chamber of commerce, that type of thing, giving back. Next, please. On the left, you can see the current storefront at Kenton Liquor. It is a little dull, colorless, and it's kind of hard to even spot from the street. On the right-hand side is an example of the updated proposed signage that I would bring, a more bright, vibrant, and more noticeable for the customer. Please. Here is the back room at Kenton Liquor. All the cases are on rows and on stacks in the floor, and all they do is just they pull them from the top and place them on the shelves. Next slide, please. Here is an example of proposed shelving, industrial shelving that I would want to bring in, where full cases are stacked underneath while loose bottles are on top, providing for easy stocking and organization of their back room. Next, please. Here are some possible long-term changes and goals that I have. I will always continue to expand product selection based on customer requests, sales analysis, and product releases. I would want to rename and rebrand the store with a more recognizable logo. I will always implement operational efficiency measures as they arise, stay on top of regular store updates and improvements, and monitor trends, sales, and product demands. If in the future it is possible to change store location, I would seek a bigger space, more modern, with more convenient access for the customer. There's not much parking at the store there. Some goals to set for my business are to always have pristine cleanliness for customer experience, have excellent customer service, and responsible and safe sales, never selling to VIPs or minors. Next, please. Here are a couple potential logo changes that I drew up for this, and a potential name change, bring it more like community. Denver Avenue is kind of their downtown area. Next, please. In conclusion, I believe that during this presentation, I have shown that I possess the skills, knowledge, and passion to not only take on this opportunity, but excel at it. It is my goal to make Kenton Liquor one of Oregon's best and most recognizable stores. I see a lot of potential and possibility with this store, and looking forward to building it up, serving the current patrons, bringing in new customers, and facing challenges that come my way. I want to create a store that is centered around customer service for residents, businesses, and all visitors of Kenton and the surrounding area. This is a great community. I'd be honored to serve as this agent for the store. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Jacob, how old are you?
Just turned 25 about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I started working at Nicole North Liquor when I was 20. My mom was like, it'd be a fun college job. And I'm like, here I am. So my boss teach me everything you know. And the store had only been open a year at that time. Here we are. The store's just over 5 years old.
Oh, was it an expansion store?
It was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I mean, nice presentation, but Mac to North Portland. That's quite a hike.
I know. I got family that lives in Beaverton and in Tualatin and Oregon City. I've spent a lot of time up here growing up with sports, but I was excited to come here today and present. It's my first time.
What got you out of the hemp fields, huh?
So yeah, it's the first thing. Yeah, you guys were talking about hemp earlier today, and I was like, I remember doing that.
Other questions?
Questions?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Excellent explanation.
Chair Commissioners, next up, we've got NYCE LLC represented by Nirdosh. Is it Dakal? Going up to the left.
So same deal, 7 minutes. We interrupt you at all. Stop the clock.
Script just size. Slide is already here. I see.
Okay.
We are ready to go. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. First, I would like to sincerely thank OLCC for providing this opportunity to present our business plan in front of the board. I am Nirdosh Dakal, Managing Partner of NYCE LLC.
I'm Pranesh Suba. I'm the supporting partner for NYCE LLC.
Next slide, please. Here is our profile. I, Nirdosh Dakal, have over 17 years of experience managing and owning multiple retail businesses, including a liquor store. Currently, I co-own 3 convenience stores in Portland, with one located just a few minutes away from Kenton Liquor location.
I'm Pranay Suva. I'm the supporting partner for NICE LLC. Previously, I've worked at the Oklahoma Alcoholic Beverages Law Enforcement Commission under the investigation department. So our primary focus was liquor code compliance. And I've also worked at multiple liquor stores in my career. And also currently, I'm also a ski instructor at Mountain Meadows.
Nice.
Nice.
Next slide, please. Here is our executive statement. Our goal is to become the #1 liquor store in Portland Metro region. We will reach our goal by providing excellent service and an outstanding selection of products. Next slide, please. Providing better customer experience, safety, security, and protection of assets, increasing in revenue, and community involvement will be our key focus when operating this store. Next slide, please. As part of the ways to provide better customer experience, we'll make Kenton Liquor a one-stop shop for liquor, beer, and wine. The store layout will be customer-friendly, allowing easy access to product. We will extend store hours, expand our product selection, and maintain a strong social media presence to enhance the customer experience. During this process, I have had opportunity to meet Doug and his team on several occasions. I understand that exceptional customer service is the cornerstone of a great customer experience. I deeply appreciate the significant contribution the staff have made over the years, and they will continue to be an integral part of our customer experience moving forward. My intention is to retain the current staff. If I'm fortunate enough to become an agent, my first task is to go to the location and thank Doug and his staff and notify them of my intention to retain them. Next slide, please. Safety and security of our employees, customers, and communities are paramount to us. We will use technology such as alarm system, surveillance system, glass breaking sensor, and panic buttons. We will also actively participate in business alliance and clean and safe district. We will make sure to have safe, strong, and secure display, use signage when it's slippery, and help with long distance product. Safety and security also means having strict policy and ID check. There will be clear signage to prevent and discourage underage access. Next slide, please. In addition to the above that we just discussed, we will secure high-end items with multiple protective display. We will focus on proactive customer service to safeguard our assets. Rest assured, we will implement a program to protect, monitor, and response to safeguard these assets. Next slide, please. To increase the revenue, we will be using comprehensive growth strategy. I have used most of these strategies in my other retail businesses and have found success. For example, in just a few years' time, we have doubled the revenue in Hawthorne Market from $750,000 to $1.5 million. Now for Kenton Liquor, first and foremost, we will make Kenton Liquor one-stop shop. We will extend the hours. We will create website and we have strong social media presence. We will do advertisement through Google and Facebook. We will host customer appreciation event and participate in community events, and we will connect with licensees. We have identified and already created a list of licensees within 3-mile vicinity. We will be sending the poster first, notifying them that we are open for business, and we will personally meet them. Rest assured, all hands will be on deck to increase the revenue. Next slide, please. Community involvement is one of our key priorities. We will sponsor and participate in local events, run donation campaigns, host customer appreciation days, support responsible drinking program, and encourage staff to volunteer. We will provide paid hours for their volunteer work. Next slide, please. These are some of the changes that we are proposing. We will be getting a new signage and lighting. We will be getting a new counter and shelves. We will be adding walking cooler. We will be getting multiple secure display. We will also be getting new wine and tobacco rack. We will build website and we'll have strong social media presence. We will install enhanced security system, and we will also install self-closing lid. For all of these proposed changes, we have sufficient funding to implement. We have already taken steps to get the estimate from multiple vendors. Rest assured, purchasing these items will be just a matter of days. Next slide, please. After making all the changes mentioned, in last slide, we will not stop. We will keep making continuous improvement. Our key strategy is to make small changes all the time for the betterment. I believe continuous small changes at the end will have significant impact. For that, we will have a process to identify, plan, execute, and review improvement. Staff will be incentivized to make continuous improvement. Next slide, please. This is our tentative design. This design will allow us to make Kenton Liquor one-stop shop. This will significantly increase the linear square feet per liquor by more than twice the current layout. Next slide, please. Below are our proposed hours. Based on our analysis, increasing hours alone will result in an increment of revenue by up to 1.5 million. This does not account for all of the growth and marketing strategies that we have just discussed. We are confident that we can increase the sales of the store by 30% in the first year alone. Next slide, please. I have a very good relationship with the vendor and colleagues, and they were excited to provide the recommendation when I tell them that I will be applying for a chance to become an agent.
30 seconds.
Quinn is a district manager from Columbia. Romero is a district manager from Miletus, and Keith is currently a liquor store owner here in Portland. Last, my extensive experience in retail, proven track record of increasing sales through innovative strategy, and passion for this industry makes me a strong fit for this role. Saying that, I would like to conclude our presentation, and we are open for questions. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Commissioner?
How much time are you individually each going to plan on being at the store? I noticed that you both have successful businesses, and so I didn't know how much time you were each going to be donating yourself.
So right now I do not manage any of my stores. I do have manager on all of my 3 stores, and they handle those stores pretty efficiently. For Hawthorne Market, I have my partner managing that store. For Rose Market, which is pretty close to Kenton Liquor, I have another partner who is managing that. For this location, Kenton Liquor, I'm planning to be there most of the time. I'm planning to be there full time. And Pranay, my supporting partner, will be supporting me on the evenings and weekends. Yes.
So,
when you say incentivize your employees to increase the value of your overall store, what does that mean?
Can you repeat that question? Incentivize the.
You mentioned in your presentation that
Right.
you're going to incentivize your people to create a customer experience.
Sure, right,
So what does
right.
that mean by incentivize?
Goal is to and what I call continuous improvement project. What I mean by that is, once we make the wholesale change, we will hear and get feedback from customer, OLCC, and from outside sources. We will try to identify what more can we do to make the better customer experience. Right? We will have monthly meeting with the staff, and we will follow the staff suggestion and suggestion from outside. If a particular staff bring a suggestion that we implement, and we received very good feedback from customer, OLCC, or from any source outside, we will incentivize the staff. That very well could be, I don't know, we have to think about that. Maybe that very well could be a couple of days vacation in the host, or that very well could be bonus, things like that.
Yes.
I have to ask, how did you get from Oklahoma to work?
Because of the jobs, I did a lot of contract work. I'm in the IT industry, so I moved around different parts of the country. But I came to Oklahoma first, so that was I'm a forever Oklahoman.
Say there's a lyric that's waiting to be said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that it? Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner. Thank you.
Parent Commissioners, final presenter for 1093 Kenton is going to be Mr. Jason Moon and family, I believe. If one of you to my left.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Commissioners.
Yeah. That's a minute. I'll give you 30-second heads up. If you stop again, I'll make sure to stop.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jason Moon. This will be my second presentation for an agent appointment. My wife and one of my sons are accompanying me today. Next slide, please. I'll touch on my current business and the future transition of our business operation if assigned as the agent for the Kenton Liquor Store. Next slide, please. My wife, who is my business partner, and I reside 16 miles from the Kenton Liquor Store. Our current job responsibilities comprise of 15 hours a week each, overseeing the stores on a biweekly cycle, as well as managing 63,000 SKUs. We have 4 store managers, each overseeing a store. Our responsibilities are hire, terminate, train, payroll, HR, procedures, inventory, reconcile, cash remittance, record keeping, overseeing managers daily, leads and employees weekly, and an emphasis on customer service. Next slide, please. I will remove myself from the current business. I would manage and oversee the daily tasks of the Kenton Liquor Store, including all aspects such as inventory, payroll, scheduling, reconciling, and audits. Rosie would oversee the hardware and shipping stores, as well as collaborate with myself for the Kenton Liquor Store. We will promote our 3 kids as regional managers from the hardware and shipping stores, and they would oversee the daily in-store operations of the other businesses and report to Rosie. Next slide, please. There's a great opportunity at the Kenton Liquor Store to increase product, foot traffic, and overall sales. Next slide, please. Current warehouse had no shelving. Next slide, please. Adding shelving to reduce the warehouse footprint by half, increasing front retail by at least 50%. Next slide, please. We utilize the OLCC provided inventory layout management services for review and suggested store layout and product. After the inventory layout management report and community observation in collaboration with the district manager, transition to a self-serve or a hybrid of the two. Creating more friendly to the customer and high dollar per transaction. Next slide, please. This is a counter-serve hybrid layout. Next slide, please. We'd introduce self-serve wine, beer, as well as all non-alcoholic drinks, certain spirits, and seasonal displays. Removing existing and relocate new upright freezer, soda coolers, and add beer and wine coolers. Next slide, please. Remove existing counters, registers, and rug. Place new counters at front of the store. Push back rear shelving by 20 feet into the warehouse, a greatly expanding SKUs. Next slide, please. This is an entrance view of the self-serve layout. Next slide, please. Example of finished trim of coolers and counters. Next slide, please. Remove table decorations and add a stand-up freezer for ice and frozen RTDs. And create an ice supplier account. Next slide, please. Remove existing wire shelving, add a cigar humidor as a new product. Next slide, please. This is a top view of a self-serve store layout. Next slide, please. We do a complete software and hardware upgrade to an online security camera system. This would include 4 new computers and equipment, 3 point of sale, and 1 in back end warehouse. Next slide, please. Increase hours of operation, including open Sunday, expanding the sales floor by 50%, increase spirit options by 33%, introduce beer, wine, and RTDs, as well as new product. Licensee sales are down 46,000 since 2019. We'd reach out to the local restaurants and bars immediately to establish a new relationship. We've already partnered with Melitas and Columbia Distributing and have accounts set up. Next slide, please. By increasing spirit SKUs by 50% and introducing beer, wine, and RTDs for the first time, we project an increase of sales by 8 to 12% minimum. We anticipate even higher increase in sales The store retail currently has 1,450 square feet, doing 2,227 per square foot in sales. With the store expansion to 2,075 square feet, our 36-month pro forma expects to achieve same return per square feet, achieving 4.6 million in 3 to 4 years. Ace Hardware is my recent experience with taking over a store and a whole sort of reset. In 2022, our first complete year as owners, we were up 15% year over year with changes, but prior to a store reset. In 2023, we were up 18% year over year during and after the whole store reset in the same year. And in 2024, currently up 21% year over year in the first 2 quarters. Next slide, please. This is a previously held off-premise license we had at the A store. We decided to no longer carry beer at that store as sales were quite slow for a hardware store. Next slide, please. Update sign and add window cleans, paint, and a new sign out front indicating beer and wine as well as the liquor. Next slide, please. This is just some quotes for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Next slide, please. Additional quote for additional equipment and coolers. Responsible sales. Next slide, please. Responsible sales plan. Have each employee watch OLCC training video and OLCC read and sign brochure and review every 6 months and continually observe staff. Join the Portland Metro Chamber of Commerce, Kenton Neighborhood Association to be aware of behavioral health and alcoholism in the neighborhood and any issues that could be connected to us. I grew up in the Kenton neighborhood playing 5 years Little League Baseball and attended Peninsula School for 4 years, eventually going to and driving from Benson Polytechnic High School in Portland. Rosie's from Central Oregon, which is where we met and have acreage in the city of Madras.
30 seconds.
Next slide, please. Met with current agent twice, discussing operations, store issues, new ideas. Met with the current staff, including the store manager Branson and Kara. Manager Branson has been in the beer or the wine business at that store for 19 years. Has indicated he's willing to stay with the store and has shown excitement for the proposed changes. Kara also indicated she wants to stay with the store. The store shows a good record in store audits with OLCC, indicating the current staff is loyal and honest. During my 2-store research, we visited 7 other liquor stores, and doing so met 2 different agents from Bo and Amber at the Beaumont Liquor Store and the Fox family and their employees, Haley and Keith at the Westmoreland Liquor Store, who agreed to assist as needed, getting started if we were appointed. Next slide, and then this total cost estimates for the upgrades.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard?
Speaking as someone who owns 0 stores, I see that you would propose to own 3. Can you tell me about the overlap between 3 kind of different businesses and what they have in common?
Sure. What we liked about the shipping stores and the hardware stores is the hardware gets busy in the summertime and the shipping stores are busier in the wintertime. And so that kind of helps balance out the 2. And then it's kind of a lag in the spring and fall. So that is kind of how we got started is there was one for sale in Scappoose, which is where we reside. And I'd always had that entrepreneur spirit. I noticed that was for sale. Never dreamt to be in the shipping business, but it was available. And so we did it. And we did that for 2 years while working our day jobs. And it worked quite well. So then we decided to expand and we purchased 3 additional stores and ran those for an additional 2.5 years since then. We purchased the hardware store about the same time, about 2.5 years ago. We took them both over 3 weeks apart. I don't recommend doing that, but it was quite an undertaking. But it was a fun challenge and exciting, and we've been very successful doing it.
You have 3 kids?
There's 4 between the 2 of us. I have the 2 oldest. They're 30 and 31, and my wife has 2 that are 21 and 23.
They'll be part of the business as well.
The 21-year-old, the 30-year-old, and the 31-year-old will be. 2 of them already work for us in half of the last 2 years, so they'll be promoted. And then the 3rd son, oldest, is with me. He works at Dollar. He's been there about 2.5 years, car rental agency. He's been wanting to join but he makes too much money. Told him I need to increase the revenue before I can bring him on. And so that's the hope is we do this and then I can bring in the family business and he can alleviate some of the responsibilities that I have right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
Remind us, did you mention that, you were appointed the store that you would step down from your day-to-day operations, managing operating the other 2 stores?
Yes.
Focus on this?
Yes.
Okay.
And currently I'm not in the stores physically. My wife and I do what we call rounds and we'll go to all 5 stores, the 4 here and then the one on the coast. So we'll make our rounds, make an appearance, check the inventory, see if we're low, high, do an inventory count. We sell a lot of stamps, which believe it or not is $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 worth of stamps. And so we monitor that and then gives us a chance to stay in touch with our employees. And then we'll make a trip to the coast, gives us a great excuse for a long weekend at the coast, do the same thing, and then we come back. So we basically work from home. We use what's Teams, we can remote in and onto the computers. And so it's great for customer service or helping the customer employees if they're on the newer side and they get stuck on a transaction and a manager's not available, they can call another store. And if they're not available, then they'll call us. We'll remote in and be able to finish the transaction for them and then also train them, teach them how to complete it next time.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
The commission will now go into executive session to deliberate on the agent selection pursuant to the authority of RS 192.660. All right, we're back in session. And we have an entertain a motion for the selection of the liquor store. Yes.
I move to appoint J.P. Moon as the permanent agent for store 1093, Portland, Kenton, effective September 1st, 2024. Second. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been moved and second. Any further discussion? We take the roll, please.
Commissioner Chowry,
Yes.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn,
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
Yes.
Commissioner Warren,
Yes.
Chair Doherty.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Good job.
You guys did a great
job.
Good presentation.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let us know if you need any help. What's that? That's exactly. I'm gonna start grading this. See how that works. I thought it was so. Bradford, you want to pick up?
Yeah, I think I wanted to go back to
Distilled spirits report.
the warehouse and distilled spirits subject. We got Alan here, so I'm sorry, I misplaced the agenda, Laura.
Steve's.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Steve wasn't feeling well today and he'll be back, but Jeff Sammy was not available. So they entrusted me to show you 7 slides and then hand it to Alan. So be careful. We're on tonight already. The main thing I wanted to hit is, we're going to give you an update on the warehouse every month, what's going on. So Steve's been working diligently, as has Jeff and our team. And so we just wanted to keep showing you the status of the warehouse because we're getting into the details. Again, as you can see, the conveyance system or material handling system is this area that Laura's got. We just got the amendment to the general contractor contract executed yesterday, which took a lot of pushing. So I want to thank our partners at DOJ, at DAS Procurement, Shannon Ryan and Scott Nibiker at Enterprise Asset Management, but most of all, Colin and Shirley and our procurement team. Lots of work. So that means that we have the amendment so that our general contractor can go out and start to work to purchase that integral material handling system.
And that's such a big deal that we would have otherwise, correct me if I'm wrong, Craig, we'd have to manage that connection between building the warehouse and the conveyor system.
That's correct.
And we're not equipped to do that. I mean, that would just be a nightmare.
We really didn't want to do separate procurements and then have it on us to try to figure out, once the warehouse is done, how to put that in. And so I want to thank all our partners for that. That allows us to keep this project moving. And most importantly, it allows J.E. Dunn to provide us their guaranteed maximum price, which allows us to get a very discrete schedule, which allows us to schedule things like groundbreaking. So it was a very important milestone yesterday. So I just want to.
Well, congratulations to you too.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm really happy to get that one done. So I just want to show you what Steve's been working on. So we're doing the schematic design. We've done that. Now we're moving to what's called development design. And now that we've got this done, we can do construction design. So this is all the work we do in this type of contract. You can see that we have artist renderings of what the front office area will look like. Go ahead, Laura. That's in the upper right area. You'll see, again, we'll see that there will be a kitchen for the staff that will be there. And we're working out the details of that. Go ahead, Laura. There'll be sunlight. Want to make sure it's a good environment. Hats off to Alan's team. This last heat wave, it was very hot in the warehouse. And when you're working up towards the ceiling, it gets very warm. So hats off to our staff. Again, the fact that this ceiling will go way up hopefully will allow us to keep the area cooler where staff are working. You can see that we will have and can be an area for things like staff meetings. So if Alan or Steve needs to do a staff meeting, or if we had a need for one of the regional offices or anyone to do a staff meeting, you can see that it has a dividing wall there. And so we can do trainings, we can do team building, and most importantly, it's very close to Laura Paul's house. All right, I had to say that. And then we do have a trucker's lounge too. Again, integral part of this is those multiple doors, multiple conveyance doors to get the liquor in and out. And that'll all be done in one warehouse rather than our system now where we do it in two. And so we'll have a space for our truckers. And I think that's it, last but not least, right? And then I'm going to hand it to Alan if we could do the operations update. Alan, thank you. And Steve, get well soon.
Welcome. Nice to see you.
Oh, my notes said good morning. Gotta rewrite that. Sorry.
That's my fault.
Chair Doherty, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Alan Rowe. I am the Distribution Services Assistant Director, overseeing both distribution and the purchasing divisions. I'm just here to share with you a little bit of the activities and production KPIs from the warehouse for the last month. Purchasing division, I don't have much to report on. We've had no listing meeting since the last time we spoke. We're actually preparing for a listing meeting coming up 2 weeks from now. So I should have something to talk about next time. The delisting process is still ongoing. We still have until the end of August for the 290 underperforming products that we warned about earlier. They still have time to improve sales numbers before we talk about any actual delisting. So nothing really on either of those fronts to report. We have, however, initiated the process of newly updating and starting the new bailment agreements to our 900 plus suppliers. Like Steve explained last time, it's just more of a clarification of our old one. And we have sent out all the purchase orders for the 89 approved holiday bath items that will be coming this year for the holiday season. looking forward to finding room for those in the warehouse. As for the warehouse, I wanted to start off with just talking about the staff. Give you all an idea of how much staff I have, how many people are out there doing what. I have a grand total of 40 employees on day shift and 20 employees on swing shift. And those are the people that deserve all the praise. They can tell you how hard I work and what I've done to help get this done. These are the people that get this done. I'm just reporting to you. I can't thank them enough. They're here, night, day, hot, cold, it doesn't matter. And they pull through and get the liquor in and out of the doors on a daily basis. I just want to give a full shout out to my entire staff, from the management down to the temp workers that we just hired.
So could you, is it possible for like maybe retro friends or something to, I don't know, give you guys like lunch, dinner on those days, ice cream, cold water, just have a spread out there for you?
On the hot days, we supply them with bottled waters and sometimes Gatorades, but normally bottled waters on ice loaded up in ice coolers out there. We also, in accordance with the new laws that the heat index. Thank you. The heat index laws that they passed a couple of years back, where if the heat index gets to a certain level, there's a full graph and chart about this. When it gets to a certain level, they get more breaks. When it gets to another level, they get more breaks and more fluids that we have to supply.
I'm talking about like nosh.
You're just talking.
I dropped off ice cream sandwiches and popsicles for y'all on Saturday when it was hot. I made sure that they were feeling the love.
And it wasn't very big with donuts.
Yeah, no, I didn't like donuts when it was almost, I don't know how, it was hot.
On that note, how are we dealing with the new warehouse in cooling and air conditioning?
It won't have air conditioning, but because it's so much larger and we'll have those big fans, and because this ceiling goes way up, we think we'll be able to manage the heat a lot better because it's
out the top.
We have a lot more access points to open.
Yeah, and Chair, we're also looking at a couple of different options of just air movement. We've got some big air handlers or large fans that we're looking at that's going to keep a circulation through the warehouse, which we currently do not have.
Yeah. Can you interrupt your deal with that?
Oh,
yeah.
Please.
Sir.
So moving on from my wonderful staff, talking about production, June numbers. Keep in mind that when you're looking at these numbers up here, you see that the June numbers for 24 as compared to 23 all have a significant drop. But the main thing you need to remember is there was 2 less production days this month in June of 24 than June of 23. We only had 20 actual working days in June just because of where the weekends fall, and we had 22 actual production days. So that's almost an unfair comparison. 20 days to 22 days, but you can see the general trend. Looks like we had 287,000 cases received with 308,000 cases shipped out. Total of 1,261 orders processed for the month of June. The inventory levels, 546,000 and a half cases was the average for June. Still putting us at about 108,000, 108% of where I want to be capacity wise for the warehouse.
Where do you want to be capacity wise?
Where I want to be capacity wise is a nice 75 to 80% of maximum. No room, couldn't fit another box in the building. So what we've done, that orange line that you see there on that first chart, that is 80% of complete 100% capacity. And that line is where a warehouse needs to be to operate optimally and efficiently. New products, movement of old products, being able to just get stuff around in the warehouse. When we're as full as we get, it's hard to do all the time. Let's see where we at. And the chart below it, which is very similar chart as always, is just the wholesale value. End of June, we're at just shy of $60 million wholesale cost of our product, which was almost exactly where we were at June of 23. No drastic changes there. And that's all I have to report for you all, unless somebody has questions or comments. It's a very uneventful month this month, which is good.
Very
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I was just gonna say, for tour, thank you for making that happen. Really kind of gave me a sense for where you're headed, what's possible. So thanks for
Thank you.
those folks doing this.
Jared, everyone on the commission, if you have not had a tour of the warehouse, come to me. I would love to show them. I love showing off my warehouse. I love explaining the process. Bring your friends and family. I'm always available.
Once they get to that, we're running out of time.
I'm the Vanna White of the warehouse, they call me. Right, I'll wear that with pride. You get a button made.
Thanks, Al.
So we're going to
So
first, and then another use of that. Oh, yeah, we have. I'm not gonna have those. We recess first and then we come back in. All right. So the commission will temporarily recess its public meeting to discuss stipulated settlement agreements from the contested cases under ORS 183.7, authorized under ORS 192.6901. We anticipate coming back in 30 minutes.
Or less.
Or less.
We're back in there. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Elijah McDowell. Case presenter for the Administrative Hearings Division of the OLCC. I am here to present for your ratification 5 stipulated settlements for six. Sorry.
That's it.
Six. Yeah, I can count one day.
Yeah. I would ratify the 6 if we were to settlement. By staff. Second.
It's moved to second. Any discussion? We have the roll, please.
Okay, Commissioner Chowie.
Yes.
Commissioner Curran.
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn.
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter. Commissioner Hayes.
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Chair Doherty.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Hello, Nicole.
Hello. Always happy to bring up the party. Don't have to go home, but you can stay here. Good afternoon, Chair Doherty and Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Blase. I am the Rules Coordinator for the OLCC. I'm here to present one rulemaking action for your consideration today. We have a final action for the limited marijuana tax compliance extension. The OLCC was directed in 2023 to take steps to require proof of tax compliance for marijuana retailers. Over the course of the past year, the agency has encountered situations where licensees have extenuating circumstances that prevent them from timely obtaining certificates of tax compliance. In response, OLCC staff temporarily amended its rule to allow for temporary extensions in specific situations where the licensee is trying their best to obtain a certificate of compliance while working through their tax issues. The amendments outline the process and criteria OLCC requires to grant a licensee's request for a temporary extension. This action makes the temporary amendments permanent with some minor changes to refine the rule language. Any questions?
Commissioners?
Yeah.
If not, I will entertain a motion.
Chair.
Commissioner.
I move to amend OAR 845-025-1190 effective August 13th, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? You take the roll, please.
Commissioner Chowie.
Yes.
Commissioner Curran.
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Commissioner Glenn.
Yes.
Commissioner Japon Porter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes.
Chairman Gordon.
Yes. And with
Excellent.
that,
Thank you.
we did it. Meeting adjourned.